Winter, the 4th of July, and a long, hot, sweltering summer.
I think all the guys on our team are really excited to be able to get back out on the field.
The Miami football team is in game mode today, and we'll get you in game mode today, too.
This game has a life of its own, and this matchup's going to be a lot different than the last one.
Tobin, Solana, and Omar telling it like it is, like it really is. Gameday Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
On AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Gameday Uncensored is sponsored by South Florida Lexus Dealers. Experience amazing. By Tito's Handmade Vodka. Tito's Handmade Vodka on game day? Pour me in, coach. Ed Morse Sawgrass Buick GMC is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins. Remember, you're always backed by Morse. By JM Lexus. At JM Lexus, you'll always get the home team advantage. And by Williamson Automotive. Williamson is Miami.
All righty. Good morning, everybody, and welcome on in. It is Game Day Uncensored right here on 560 WQAM. Tobin here with you alongside my co-host Omar Kelly, Alejandro Solana, Trevor Harris keeping us on the air today, running things as we will take you all the way up to the Miami Dolphins Week 1 matchup against the Los Angeles Chargers, a rematch from last year. In a lot of ways, it was kind of the turning point of the Dolphins season as they were going to that Sunday night football game last year and were one of the hottest teams in football. Did come off a tough loss to the Niners, but thought they were going to get things right. And really, it was kind of the wheels going off, and then Tua ends up getting hurt. But this really was the true straight up kind of Dolphins offense getting really, really shut down, put in the muck. And this high-powered offense that was flying all over the league got slowed up by a Chargers team that wasn't really playing that great up until that point. And so it was a huge, huge turning point for Miami. And now they have a chance to kind of get this one off to the right start. And this could be a huge, huge season, Solana. A lot of expectations, a lot of money spent, and of course a critical year for Tua as well.
Yeah, I think this is a perfect start, right? To really test where this Dolphins team is coming off an offseason where all expectations have been heightened, right, Omar? I mean, I think for both of these teams, the next obvious jump for two teams that got in the playoffs last year, they both drafted their quarterback in 2020, right around the exact same pick. They're always going to be linked together. We're going to get to that. But both teams have, in my opinion, the aspirations to jump into that elite category, and I think it's a perfect start here to see where the Dolphins are at.
We would have to define what is elite in the NFL. Are we talking what are the standards? If we're going to use the word elite, are we saying championship games? Are we saying division champions? Like what defines what an elite team? Because this is game 1. We were here for a whole preseason. We have to set a standard. Now, my bar is a playoff win. Anything but a playoff win will be a disappointment for the Dolphins. But I'm not ready to sit here and tell you that a playoff win makes you an elite team.
No, but it would definitely, we're talking now 23 years. It's definitely a hurdle that would be nice to hit. But I got to be honest with you. Like, look, we talked about the money this team spends. We talk about all the guys here that are looking to get paid and the guys who have been paid. Yeah. And, you know, I think for this Dolphins team, like, yes, a playoff win would be nice. And there's always things that you got to kind of like look at, like, who do they beat? How do they win that playoff game? But no, man, I feel like
it don't matter.
This is
playoff win is a playoff win.
No.
There's no way to discredit a playoff win.
That's not true.
Wait. Tell me a playoff win that's
look. I know there are playoff wins that are just like, someone's got to win. Someone's got to win, and you got to move on, you know? And now there's
I bet you people were saying that about San Francisco 49ers for the last 2 years, and lo and behold, they make it to the championship game, and then they make it to the Super Bowl.
But that's the thing. You know, they make it to the championship game. You're adding very big caveats to that, you know? Like making it to the that's elite. And I do think we
would put the San Francisco 49ers with a second-year quarterback who was a 7th-round pick, Mr. Irrelevant. Mm-hmm. We would put them in elite category, right?
Yeah.
Top 6 team in the
I
league.
mean, I would hope so. They just, they're breaking records for every contract they put out there. So that is a nice perk. That is a nice perk to
blow.
No, it's true though.
When you're a well-run organization, you can draft well. You can do those things.
It's a nice thing that they have a 7th round QB and they can do that. And they hocus pocus. Their cap is all better too. So
hey,
it's
hocus
nice.
pocus. They were there with the fashion boy, Garoppolo.
Fashion boy,
sexy boy,
handsome
okay.
fella.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, he is.
Yeah,
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, he's an attractive dude.
He is an attractive.
Very.
You know. I don't know if but even him, I don't even know if he can make the Raiders jersey look good. That's tough.
I mean, hold on, wait a minute. Don't be disrespectful to Raiders fans now. That black,
I'm not being disrespectful to Raiders fans.
That black, white, and silver, that thing is hard.
Is it?
Oh yeah, that thing goes hard.
Does it?
What?
Tell me a jersey. Oh, wait a minute.
Black, white, and silver. It's black, white, and silver. I mean, aqua, orange.
What's
goes
what's
hard.
What's the most famous jersey over the last few years? Janikowski?
Okay, I mean, we're talking legacy here. That come on, the Raiders fans, there's nothing like a Raiders fan. The Cowboys fans and Raiders fans are probably top notch.
I think
Steelers fans are up there too.
For your point, Omar, I think that yes, bare minimum should be a playoff win for them. I honestly think that they should go more. I think this is a team that should go further into the playoffs.
Damn greedy.
Maybe that's fine though. I'm greedy. I'm greedy. I'm sure the owner who
haven't had one in 23 years. Have you been alive for a playoff win?
I don't remember. I don't. I was alive, but I was 4 years old.
And it was blacked out.
I don't remember the last time a Dolphins won a playoff game. But Omar, I mean, if it's not at least title game, then like what are we doing here?
Damn, we're back to being greedy, huh?
We are.
We're right back to.
That's the point of that. That is the point of week one. Week one is supposed to be greedy. Maybe expectations will change after a month in, but yeah, expectations should be greedy. And you want to know something? I want them to go out there and beat the holy hell out of these Chargers, and I want Tua to stick it to Justin Herbert. I want Brandon Staley, who was salty as hell this week. I want him to eat a little something too, because. Yeah, that loss last year really sticks to me because that game on primetime, I think we all probably going into that, we were like, man, maybe this is the Dolphins team that's going to do it. Tua's MVP talks. They were real in the Chargers, and to lay a dud like they did on national television, it hurt. It hurt. And so, yeah, there's a little bit of you want to show that you are amongst the elite or you are able to hang with everybody, but also I think that it does send a huge message that you've adjusted and you're not just this maybe one-dimensional team going into this game. And especially, you think about the money they spent bringing in Vic Fangio and all that type of stuff, tightening up on this defense that, in that game, I was like, I don't know what the hell they're doing half the time on the field. So yeah, this one's big in a lot of ways, not just the hell it's the start of the season, but I think the matchup in itself is very interesting.
It's a phenomenal matchup. And as I wrote in an alldolphins.com column this week, Mike McDaniel, and I'm a little bit uncomfortable with this, one season in, even though they flatlined at the end of the year and kind of backed their way into the playoffs, because really, did they truly earn it?
They squeaked in. They avoided getting into the playoffs was almost just like avoiding colossal embarrassment.
Yeah.
In a weird way, because it was like, to go from where they were going into this game last year to just by grim death getting in and beating Joe Flacco to get into the playoffs, that was a must just to save.
Yeah,
just to save face,
save embarrassment. But I'm of the opinion that this whole genius reputation that Mike McDaniel has is a little bit overblown. Smart guy, funny. I think he's funny. I don't know if everybody,
funny guy.
But genius, like. Did he show you he was a genius during that 5-game losing streak? What point did the genius come out of him?
I think for him, that was probably the most showing of he was a rookie. But that's the thing that's like, you do have to give pass to a little bit. It's just like, all right, he was a rookie. And then he at points had to deal with,
he was a rookie genius.
What?
He was a rookie genius.
You're calling him a prodigy?
I'm just saying, yeah, they were calling him a prodigy. Where was the genius? Where was the prodigy?
Right, but in his first year, I mean,
we making excuses
in that 5-game losing streak. It's not like he was losing to the worst teams in the NFL. I mean, he's going up against quality teams, quality opponents, quality head coaches too.
2 of them made the playoffs.
Yeah, but you're still going up against Aaron Rodgers.
Like,
Tua gets hurt there.
Yeah,
I mean, you're on the road 2 straight weeks in California against 2 playoff teams as well. It's not easy to go into Foxborough and win a game either against Bill Belichick without your starting head coach.
Tua's undefeated against.
I agree, but they didn't have Tua.
Yeah,
So
right.
if you're gonna,
Come on,
take shots,
load up the excuses. Load up the
Hold on.
excuses.
Not having Tua is not an excuse. That's a reason. Like, you have to go into anywhere with your backup quarterbacks. Like, that's. Woof.
Hey man, San Francisco made it to the NFC Championship with their backup with their third string quarterback.
Again, though, but Kyle Shanahan's been doing it for how long? You know,
That's buddy of Mike McDaniel's. I mean,
that's his friend. That's
they grew up together. They were ball boys together, man. Listen, this is that Kyle Shanahan's taken Mike McDaniel everywhere he's gone.
That's fair, but even when he was, he's got one of the most notorious chokes on his resume as go back into 28-3. Like, you go through some growing pains, Omar. It does happen.
Okay, so
we were all sitting here watching a Super Bowl, being like, "Hey, Shanahan, run the football," while the Patriots inexplicably win another Super Bowl.
Listen,
everybody's got their warts.
Yeah, everybody's got their warts, dude.
And
you know what Mike McDaniel's ward is on his resume?
What?
This Chargers game.
I agree with that.
From last year.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
He got out coached.
I will say, he got to hobnob around town this offseason. He's at every Heat game.
Yeah.
I think you're a little salty because
with what?
Mike McDaniel's hobnobbing around town, sitting courtside everywhere.
But here's the thing. I will tell you about that. I think that you go and you bang the drum at the Panthers game.
Yeah.
And you're best friends with, because Spo went through some stuff when he was a young coach. Spo coming out of the shadow of Pat Riley, coaching Michael Beasley. That guy had to go, and then getting bump gate. That's pressure. Mike McDaniel, he comes in here with a pretty good situation because a lot of young coaches don't have the roster that he had coming into last year.
What?
Dude, most people are going. Hold on.
Hold on.
Most people are going in with DeMeco Ryans. You got to have a baby quarterback.
Okay.
Starting fresh. This guy got to come in with a team that had 9 wins.
He got to reclamation project of Tua, who everybody was turning their nose up at and questioning whether they can be good.
Right.
With a team that basically resurrected their season after starting 1-7 and then surprisingly fired their head coach right after the team goes after Sean Payton and Tom Brady, and they're just, they settled for you, Mike McDaniel. They settled for you. And you think this was a phenomenal situation? No offensive line, no running game, no weaponry.
It was a good situation, though. I don't know about a phenomenal situation, but a good situation, Omar. I mean, he's coming to a team with Tyreek Hill, as Tobin just mentioned.
They got Tyreek Hill after he was here.
But he hadn't coached a game yet until Tyreek Hill was on the roster.
He didn't accept the job with Tyreek Hill on the roster.
But he accepted a job with a third-year quarterback that had his struggles, certainly, but also was under a head coach that clearly didn't believe in him.
So do you think he's a genius or not? Because now you're like talking him up.
I don't know. I'm talking up the fact that I didn't think this was such a phenomenal job. I mean, there were 8 jobs out there, and Miami was just picking up what they can find.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not deny it. Did anybody else interview Mike McDaniel?
No, nobody else did.
Oh, okay.
Nobody else did.
I mean, this genius out here. Yeah, but Mike also had some warts that he had to address and sort of mask over. But he was clearly their guy after they couldn't get Sean Payton and Tom Brady.
Yeah.
So, but this game, it's a great start to the season because if you wanted a do-over on your schedule last year, it would probably be this game because you got out coached. So here you are, season opener, new defense, new weaponry, opportunity to just say voila, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's definitely one that's going to stick with you from last year. So if they can right the wrong, if he can clean some things up, because what Brandon Staley did to him, he did. They felt like they got embarrassed, and seemingly we're still in that game just because of the miracle that is Tyreek Hill. Like, that is the great thing about having the cheetah. He'll get a ball batted to him and make it a touchdown. That's incredible.
What happens when you got a top 10 player in the NFL.
He's amazing.
It's one of the most ridiculous plays I've ever seen, but it's Tyreek Hill.
He's super fast.
He's really good. So obviously we got a lot to get to here. We will take you guys up until kickoff time. We of course have the 1 o'clock slate that goes on, so we'll keep you updated with everything there. But we will continue on getting you ready as the rematch from Week 14 is upon us. Dolphins starting off this 2023 season against the LA Chargers. More Game Day Uncensored back after this.
You're listening to the exclusive home of Miami.
WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by South Florida Lexus dealers, Tito's Handmade Vodka, Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac, JM Lexus, and Williamson Automotive.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here on 560 WQAM. Tobin here with you alongside Omar Kelly and Alejandro Solana. And excited to be doing this each week this season as the Miami Dolphins 2023. Oh, what a day. It's finally back, baby. So excited for football to be back, Omar. Are you excited? You got the Goosies today?
Yeah. It's strange to explain this to people, but the season begins for me in the exhibition season. And it just continues through. This is one of 20, only really 17 count. One of hopefully 21, only really 17 count. I'm throwing in that extra game. Hopefully maybe there are two. I'm not gonna get greedy. I'm not gonna get greedy.
Maybe 4.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe.
It could happen. It could very well happen. I think today is a great starting point. It's a litmus test for everybody involved. The changes, is Mike McDaniel going to commit to the run game? Is the defense going to get better with Vic Fangio? Have they fixed and addressed the pre-snap penalty issues?
That was annoying last year.
Yeah,
that was annoying last year. Solana, Goosies?
How could you not have the Goosies? I think Omar has the Goosies.
I don't think he wants to admit Goosies.
I just don't think he wants to admit it. I think that's what's going on.
I don't know what Goosies are.
Oh, everybody knows. Dude.
Oh, no, then I don't have those.
Not for football season?
It started 3 weeks ago for me.
But
people don't understand. Football season is like work season.
A lot of Skylar Thompson that you had to watch.
Yeah, there was a lot of
Skylar Thompson.
But those games are work. There's a build up to a week, and then I got 20 of them. 21. I'm gonna be generous. I got 21 of them to go, and I'm 4 this after today. I'm 4 down. That's how I look at it. I mean, it's a different mentality. It's like I'm not emotionally tied to the season.
I got you.
Yeah.
You're a professional. You're a professional. I'm a carnival barker. That works. It's okay. That's how I feel, though. It's like yesterday. It's like yesterday was a big change because the Hurricanes were on. Great performance yesterday, by the way, boys.
Excellent job.
You got to kick the kids out, and then they're like they're not part of the family. Just go away. Let me watch some football. Like that's how this. I always
wonder how do guys get away with that with their wives.
It's hard,
and you're doing it for not 1 day but 2.
I have a method. I have a method.
Please,
I have a lot. It's a lot like pre-snap. Like I have to get I'll do some extra chores. I'll do a real project.
Okay, yard work. Throwing it in
some
there?
Yard work. If it's a double weekend, like this weekend was a double weekend. I know it was like because sometimes the Canes got Bethune-Cookman next week.
Yeah,
I can punt on that.
They play Thursday night.
I can catch up on that later. So what I'll do is, and they also all said UFC to watch, so I had a really packed day. So yesterday, what I had to do was I did a lot of yard work, did a lot of prep, did some honeydews on a Friday.
Okay, so
I'm in good graces going in on a Sunday.
So the key when you have a double football weekend is to knock off how many items on the honeydew list.
Depends if we're doing some check downs or if we're doing some real bombs, like if we're having some real explosive plays. That'll get me into better good graces.
See, I always wondered this because understand my job is catered around this. So my wife, she's just got to figure it out. But when I wasn't doing this, I was like, oh, well, I can't watch college football because I got to spend at least 1 day committed to my family.
Yes.
So I generally don't watch any college football, but yes, I wanted to watch.
The Canes have made it very easy to sacrifice.
Yes, yeah. over the last few years, they have. I did watch yesterday's game, and we went to the park did some bubbles with my daughter, and then took them out to dinner, I took them out to lunch, and then came home and was like, "Here, have the kid." Yeah, it's nap time. Well, it was football. She did nap, and then I watched the game. But I wonder how guys get away with it for like 2 days.
You did a good job, man. I got to say, you seem like you handled it. You seem like you've handled it like a pro. Like you like that seems like it went well for you. Like
mid-season form for Omar Kelly.
You did Dolphins broadcast, so I know you were really working. you were working last year anyway, but like, do
Yeah.
you have?
He doesn't have kids.
If you have a double weekend, like, how do you please the lady to make sure I
You
need
can
my
take her
football
out
watching?
afterwards.
No pleasing the lady. She hates me. That's it. Period. She hates me because once heat season starts,
Oh yeah.
about every heat game, I don't miss a Marlins game, and she hates me. Absolutely hates me. And then we're
don't miss
doing
a
this.
Marlins game.
You gotta
Dog
have it
cart
on in the
race.
background. You gotta have it on in the background, Omar, at least. But here's the problem. We're doing this for 4 hours.
Yep.
She thinks, oh, I'm done at 4:20. We're gonna go hang out.
No.
No.
We got football after this.
Tua.
Oh,
That was
at
just the
4:20.
build-up.
Mhm.
Yeah, to sit down.
Oh, man. All right, let's get to some keys to the game here, brought to us by Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet, which is your lease return headquarters. Click EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com and see how you're backed by Moores when it comes to returning your lease. Ed Morse is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins. As we mentioned on the open of this show, this was a matchup last year. The Dolphins come up short on Sunday Night Football. Here is head coach Mike McDaniel earlier this week saying that the Chargers, humbled us. They play with more of an edge in that game.
It was cool from a coaching perspective to see a team attack it that way. And that will happen 9 times out of 10 if people have that competitive edge on you. And that's something that the second you forget in this league, that's a great thing about the National Football League is the parity is so real. The fact that 80+% of games come down to turnover differential, it just speaks to how it's a communal effort by a bunch of individuals, and if you don't bring it, it will get brought on you.
Yes, and it was brought on them. Although it didn't that's one of the things that kind of annoyed you about Solana because it felt like a real fat cat performance by them. Like they bought into their own bleep a little bit.
They did, and they had no opportunity to adjust, even though the entire game you were waiting for them to adjust. How many times in that first half, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 15, because of those stupid pre-snap penalties that we saw a bunch of, and they had kind of gone away a little bit against the Texans. They had kind of cleaned it up a little bit. You're feeling really good on this high. You're going out there against an opponent you want to beat for many reasons. And in that first half, they couldn't get anything going offensively. It was probably the first time since Tua had returned from the concussion against Cincinnati where they couldn't get anything going in an entire half offensively. And then you're saying, okay, going into the locker room, they're going to figure this out, right? The coaching genius
You think
is going to figure this out, and nothing happened. It was the same bleep over and over again.
Except for that one bomb to Tyreek.
There was one. That's it.
But that's always
That's
a good adjustment. Just throw it up to Tyreek. That would make me a genius.
I am still waiting for the adjustments because if you look at it, and Mike McDaniel said it himself, this is a copycat league. If they use a defense that you don't adjust to, you're going to see everybody using that defense.
Yeah, for sure.
And you're not going to not see it until you fix it and address it. And I think the teams that are built to defend Miami that way, they've got decent press cornerbacks. Now, am I saying that's a wise strategy to use on Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle? No, it's not. But if you're jamming them at the line and you're messing up Tua's timing, and that he's a timing quarterback. He's a timing and spots-driven quarterback. If you're messing up his timing, you're throwing kinks into this offense, and then you got to do something else. And the question is, what is that something else? And me personally, I believe it has to be getting to the keys of the game, being an efficient run team.
For sure.
Being a team where if they say, oh, we're going to take the pass away, okay, I'm able to run. If they say, oh, we're going to take the run away, oh, well, I'm able to pass. Play action, screens, misdirections. They have some zone beaters now, which I think it helps when you have Vic Fangio, and that's primarily what he plays. But I didn't feel like they had a good array of zone beaters last year. And in fairness to what Mike McDaniels can do, there are only so many select passes that Tua can throw. Like he's not throwing a 15-yard out on a consistent basis and you living and dying on that because that's just not his style of offense. So they have found, and watching practice, they found and developed some zone beaters. And the question is, will they work? I don't know.
It's it's definitely going to be a fascinating one. From the run game standpoint, is it going into this with the backfield, because we got the word today. So Devon Achane's not going to play, I guess. That's the word there.
Yeah.
So they're going into this with Mostert, Ahmed, who was awesome in the preseason,
but also injured, by the way. He's dealing with an injury right now.
Who?
Savon Ahmed.
Yes, but so is Devon Achane. But Savon is healthy enough. I mean, both of them are healthy enough.
He's going to play. I'm just saying, the idea that Savon Ahmed's going to look how he did in that second preseason game.
He better. He better.
I don't know how reliable that is, because he's also dealing with an injury. So it's something to keep an eye on.
It's a neck issue, and he got banged up, but he had a phenomenal preseason, average 8.9 yards per carry on 16 carries, and really he only played in 2 games. Scored a touchdown, was a threat. He's always flashed, and he'd never put it together. And it seemed as if he had finally put it together, and he knew the offense, and was comfortable. And people who I need to understand, Devon Achane isn't playing because he's a carbon copy of Savon Ahmed.
So you think that physically he could play?
Yes. He physically could play. The shoulder's fine. He's just not needed because you need Chris Brooks, the big physical back.
That guy's a moose.
Yeah, he is a moose. He's huge. He reminds me a lot of Ronnie Brown in terms of size. You need him for short yardage situations. And I think he gets also going to serve as the backup fullback. So Devon Achane, he didn't fit. He didn't fit because if he's got to beat out Savon Ahmed to actually be on the active, and I'm not sure he can do that right now.
Well, we even saw that last year. It's not the same position, but like Ezukama had a great preseason last year because Achane had like a little darling run in where everybody was like, "Oh, Achane" during the preseason, but Mike McDaniel, so did Ezukama last year, never played. So like he's gotta trust you, and we've seen that with his run.
That is exactly what it is. It's a trust issue, and if they don't trust you, they don't play you, and that's why I think that you're going to see a second straight season where rookies are really on the slow cook program, and I would be shocked. It's going to have to take an injury for Devon Achane to actually be a contributor, and this is not a knock on him or not a knock on his ability or who he is or telling you that it's a wasted draft pick. It's not. The bottom line is he's not better than Savon Ahmed, and there hasn't been a day that I thought he was better than Savon Ahmed. And that's not a disrespect to Devon Achane. That's just props to Savon in terms of how much his game has developed and blossomed.
But still, we don't have to do this now, but if Achane's not getting play, especially with Jeff Wilson injured, down the road here by week 6, week 7, certainly an interesting draft pick if you can't beat out Savon Ahmed, who we thought was going to get cut by this team, at least going back to last season and this season. So not a conversation for another day, but if you can't at least get on the field because you can't beat out Savon Ahmed, questionable draft pick there by Chris Greer.
Well, we'll take. We got some more questions with Chris Greer coming up because I think probably the biggest guy who was out this week is Teron Armstead, and how long should we be worried about that? We will get into that. Game Day Uncensored rolls on after this.
You're listening to the
Game Day Uncensored on AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by South Florida Lexus dealers, Tito's Handmade Vodka, Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac, JM Lexus, and Williamson Automotive.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here with you on 560 WQAM. Tobin here with you alongside Omar Kelly and Alejandro Solana, getting you ready for all your football action today. The 1 o'clock slate, we're about 20 minutes away from football being back.
Football's back. I got my goosies.
Oh.
Got my goosies.
Yes.
It's my kickoff.
I'm so excited. See,
Maybe the
we're gonna
fact
get
that it's
you
a 4 o'clock kickoff that impacted my goosies.
good. You know what? I'm happy we're getting you goosed up for the
I just felt them. I like you said 20 minutes to kick off. I was like,
oh man, that makes me happy, man. Yeah, here's the 1 o'clock slate we got coming up for everybody. Dolphins will get going, of course, today. 4:25 from SoFi Stadium against the Chargers. But coming up on the 1 o'clock slate, Panthers Falcons.
Okay, let's do excitement level 1 to 5. Panthers Falcons.
-50.
I'm at a 1.
Yeah, that's Bengals Browns. I'm into.
Yeah.
Bengals Browns. I'm definitely into. I don't know how we're not getting that locally. You know, I'm upset because we don't have the
who
new
decides
ticket.
these things?
Who decides?
Who decides these?
First of all,
thinks we want to watch Minnesota?
I'm upset by a couple of things here. One, why is Minnesota and Tampa on CBS? It's not they're NFC teams. Why is it not on Fox? And second of all, why are we getting all? I looked at the map. We're all just stuck with Baker Mayfield.
Oh, you know what? Now that you mention it, maybe they think we're interested in Tampa.
Oh, but we're not.
But we're not.
Yeah. I mean, Baker Mayfield used to be a big thing, like back in the day.
Maybe if Tom Brady was still playing, I could understand it. But Baker Mayfield, Kirk Cousins,
you like that? You like that?
Okay, not really though.
It's very strange, but yeah, Bengals Browns. I would definitely prefer that. We also have Jags Colts.
I'm at a 2.
I might get a 2. I would say 2.
Yeah.
What about our old friend Ryan Tannehill and his Tennessee Titans against the Saints?
I'm curious. I want to see if there's some decency in that division. I'm curious. I'm actually curious. I would rather watch that over Minnesota and Tampa.
That's true. So
I want to see if stay, because everybody's waiting for Ryan Tannehill to just fall off a cliff, and I tell you,
it's coming. Omar.
There's nobody who steals money more than Ryan Tannehill.
I don't think it is ever going to happen.
It's never going to happen. He's gonna leave the league making $400 million because he's just going to keep getting $200,000 salary, $20 million salary.
He'll go somewhere else and they'll do it. He'll give you a year where you're like.
Yeah, you always think he's going to turn the corner. He's never going to turn it.
That's Ryan Tannehill.
My excitement level, by the way, is 5 for that game because I have Derrick Henry in fantasy. This is, by the way, your 15-minute warning to everybody. Update that damn fantasy lineup right now.
See, that's where I would get in trouble, which is why I don't play fantasy, because I'm usually focused on my real job to not focus on my play job.
Because you got the inactives that are coming out. You know where everybody's at right now. So yeah, that's definitely something you got to keep on alert. Everybody's super excited about that.
Week one will sneak up on you, Tobin, because you're kind of just you're excited. You got
Shouldn't
the goosies.
You have it said already?
I would think so.
How does week 1 sneak up on you?
It'll sneak up on you, man.
Is there a big shock, Trevor, that's out right now? It's Mark Andrews. That's probably like the big guy who's out. If you have Mark Andrews at tight end, fix that.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think everybody should be okay.
Well, I was starting Devon Achane, so I mean,
you were not.
49ers Steelers is a great game. We're getting that one. That's exciting. I'm looking forward to that game. That should be good. Slugfest. And what else we got? Oh, the last two. Cardinals Commanders.
I have no interest in watching the Cardinals.
Cardinals Commanders. Solana and their.
That's Ron Rivera's firing. Like there's just a countdown to when Ron Rivera's fired.
Yeah, well, he's a touchdown favorite today, so don't lose, Ron.
Hey, could win today. I mean, that Cardinals team is trying to go 0-16, I think.
And then the biggest line of the 1 o'clock slate is the Baltimore Ravens hosting the Houston Texans. They are 9.5-point favorites.
Ew, not a good game, but I do want to see the Ravens. I want to see
Yeah,
Lamar.
Lamar Jackson.
5. I want to see Lamar. He's got Odell. I want to see if Odell's washed up or if he can come
Zay
back
Flowers,
from another.
baby. If you got Zay Flowers on fantasy, you find a way to trade for Zay Flowers because I believe he's going to be Rookie of the Year.
Well, from fantasy to reality, we found out this week Teron Armstead out. He's not playing Omar. Not a big surprise, I would say. I mean, I know like they kind of did the old shell game last year of hey, he doesn't practice but he plays. But when he got hurt, you know, he had said, didn't he say that week that I'm not even ready for the regular season when he got hurt?
Yes, he did.
So even though he put out that great video of himself putting weight on his leg, and I put that in air quotes for our audience that's not watching us on 560's YouTube page. But how concerned should we be? Because this guy's always hurt, and he's really good. But is this a precaution to get him ramped up for the season, or do you think this could be a while?
I think this could be a while. I don't think he's ready. I don't think he has the wind to play football right now. Handle 50 snaps. Because keep in mind, offensive linemen are not like defensive linemen or anybody else on the team. They don't get rotated in and out of the games. They play the entire games, especially a player like Teron Armstead. And what he was talking about at Houston the day before he got injured, and I feel guilty about it. I take ownership. Yeah. Because he's got to practice. He just said he's not ready. Honestly, he might have taken 15 snaps in team periods all of training camp. 15 snaps. Most guys take 15 snaps in team periods a day. He's all of training camp. He's taken 15 snaps. Now, this is not unusual for him, but he's usually ramping it up, getting ready to go for the season. And right now, he is not ready to go. I wouldn't be surprised if he misses the next 2 games.
Wow.
I don't think it's just going to be this week. Yeah, until I see him out on the field.
Well, look, he's got of course. And that's the other thing is like he has the injury past where it's like you don't want to bring him back. He's not ready. And then now you're trickling it down and it lasts the whole season. Like, get it right. And hopefully when he gets right, it's back. Because look, we all make the joke like you'll take 14 games of Teron Armstead.
We absolutely will.
But that's pretty much what you always get with Teron Armstead. At the best case scenario is he's going to get hurt at some point. So maybe they just get it out of the way and hope you could survive a little bit.
But putting him out there, not ready and susceptible to get winded in 30 snaps into the game, that's how guys get hurt.
For sure.
And the worst thing that you can do is you can put Teron Armstead out there and have him suffer an even greater setback.
Yeah.
And you need him for this season. I mean, there's Tyreek Hill, Tua Tagovailoa, and then Teron Armstead in terms of my hierarchy of who are important for this team's success. And he has to be healthy. Now, fortunately for the Dolphins, they've got a capable backup, or what I think is a capable backup. People are probably going to turn this into a Jesse Davis Legadou Nene situation for me because I put my name on him. Kendall Lamb has been a top performer at training camp, joint practices, preseason games from the start of day one to right now. He's a young man who has got he's undrafted from Appalachian State, has made a 53-man roster every year for 8 years. He lives off the fact that people say you're not supposed to be here. So he's not supposed to start today against Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa. He's not supposed to play well, and he's going to use every single moment of that as fuel for him.
Yeah, but they're also going to use every single moment, Mack and Bosa, knowing that they have a backup left tackle in and an already weak offensive line. You bring up the hierarchy in terms of maybe the most important players for the Dolphins. To me, it's Tua, and then it's Teron Armstead, and then it's Tyreek Hill. The most important question going into this season is what? Tua's durability, right? To me, that's the most important question for the Dolphins organization right now.
No question.
And who's the most important piece to keeping Tua healthy? It's Teron Armstead. So, to me, this was huge when I saw this. And that little video he put out, I thought it was great at the time, but I kind of figured no shot this dude's going to be ready for week
It's funny
one.
that he put that video out because one of my colleagues sent me video of him crutching his way onto the cart, like after you shot that video.
Well, there were two things that he did that really, I was like, it kind of raised an eyebrow. One, he put up the video. Okay, because everybody was like, oh, he couldn't put weight on his leg. So he specifically put out a video of himself putting weight on his leg. And then he put out his own injury update on Twitter where he goes, going to do everything I can to be ready for week one. I'm like, but that doesn't say you're going to be ready for week one. It was like some verbal jujitsu. It was some semantic samurai work by Teron Armstead. And yeah, man, I didn't think this was going to be the same scenario as last year where they were like, oh, he doesn't practice, he's going to play, because he wasn't ready. Like he wasn't tuned up for it. So I just don't know now when is the right time to bring him back.
Here's my thing, and I understand where every Dolphin fan is like annoyed by this situation. How did Greer pay him? Why are we keeping doing this? Do recall he was a Pro Bowler last year, playing on an injury that should have shut down his season. Didn't practice, walked through on Friday, and suited up on Sunday, and was a Pro Bowler. And also factor in that the injury that he suffered in Tampa looked pretty bad. If it was a knee or a broken ankle, which it could have very easily been, you just would have been screwed. So at least we have hope that he can come back this season. And he's out there walking. He's not in a walking boot. So I can't sit here and tell you. I think it's more of the fact he's winded. He doesn't have the wind to play in an NFL game, the stamina to play in an NFL game, as opposed to it's just the injury.
But to me, I don't think the majority of fans, and I could be wrong about this, but generally I believe the frustration isn't with paying Teron Armstead. I think people like Teron Armstead, even knowing that he's going to miss 3 to 4 games a season. To me, it's that you don't beef up everybody around him, right?
Fair,
like we're still doing the Eichenberg, Isaiah Wynn thing going into today's kickoff.
It's not really an Eichenberg, Isaiah Wynn thing.
Right,
it's Wynn.
And nobody knows. And nobody's confident about that. Nobody's confident about the rest of the offensive line. So to me, you have a guy that's not reliable for 17 games. You do your best to shore up everything around him. And clearly the Dolphins fell short of that again.
Hold on. So you're telling me that Kendall Lamb, I tell you, a guy shows up, is a top performer on his team. He's your swing tackle. He's replacement for the most important piece on your team, and you're saying that's nothing.
Well,
did nothing.
That was an interesting thing that McDaniel brought up this week. He said that, I don't remember the exact wording of it, but he said, I've never had this many capable starters on a line. So like,
I don't believe him, but yes.
But like that's last year, it felt like a disaster.
It was a disaster.
I do feel like
getting guys off the street and starting them. It was a disaster.
I do feel like I think they're more comfortable that the drop off won't be as bad. I don't know if it's going to work out.
And this is something that they won't admit or acknowledge. The old line coach was in way over his head for the second straight year because Lamb was in over his head the year before. Now they've got a capable offensive line coach. I know how you feel, University of Miami fans, but I've watched Butch Barry, and
he's not the only one. It's not. I mean, like many have fallen.
I've watched him closely. I know how you feel, Canes fan. I know what they said about him leaving Denver. I've watched him, scrutinized him very closely. This guy's a real deal. He's a decent coach. He's solid. And the coaching points, the aiming points, they were third in preseason and running the ball. And I get it. You can say poo-poo that as much as you want. But if I said to you, my goal is to improve in this area, and we come out here and we are third in the league in running the ball without even like putting a ton of emphasis on it and without even running specialty plays, can't you put respect on that?
I hope so. And I actually like that is the thing. I know Leroy mentioned that this week. He's like, it's honestly like you run for 200 in a preseason. It's straight up. Like it's like you're not doing gimmicks. So I'm like, okay, that kind of makes me feel good.
Yeah.
That makes me feel good that if you have success just in the preseason with it, I just hope it's not a disaster.
There were run lanes, there were surges, the big runs. The wide zone is supposed to produce big runs. They did it. Okay. Better coaching, maybe.
We will take a break here on Game Day Uncensored. Hour 2 of our countdown to the first Dolphins game rolls on. We are streaming live, by the way, on YouTube and Twitch, Miami 560 WQAM, and on the Odyssey app. You guys can catch us there. Back with more for this.
Hey, want to see the ugly mugs that go along with our melodious voices?
Do I have to worry about this?
We are on YouTube.
That's great that you're doing that.
All kinds of videos of your favorite hosts doing shows at events, shenanigans galore, and great interviews.
Is this a good thing?
Miami football team is in game mode today, and we'll get you in game mode today, too.
This game has a life of its own, and this matchup's going to be a lot different than the last one.
Tobin, Solana, and Omar telling it like it is, like it really is. Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
On AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Game Day Uncensored is sponsored by South Florida Lexus Dealers. Experience amazing by Tito's Handmade Vodka. Tito's Handmade Vodka on game day. Pour me in, coach. Ed Morse Sawgrass Buick GMC is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins. Remember, you're always backed by Morse. By JM Lexus. At JM Lexus, you'll always get the home team advantage. And by Williamson Automotive. Williamson is Miami.
Oh, kickoff is here. There is football happening right now. This is amazing. Screens upon screens.
49ers Steelers. You didn't tell me that game was coming on.
I did say that. I said on Fox.
Okay.
It is on Fox, but they did still stick us with a Bucks game.
Yeah.
Inexplicably. I don't understand that, Omar. Why would they Bucks us?
Because we're Florida. We're South Florida.
Yeah.
Tampa's South Florida. They just
the University of South Florida.
They got to have a little better awareness than that, though. We don't want to watch Baker Mayfield. Are you kidding me?
Hopefully, Justin Jefferson does something cool, to put this crime of a Bucks game on here. But whatever.
Hey, man,
I may or may not have a bootleg version of Red Zone on right now, too.
Do you really?
Ooh, 49ers defense are out here.
Can I swing my my mic around, Tobin, so next to you?
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
I don't know where that's coming from, though. So I don't like the fact that Leroy texts me for things like that. Like, why would I know? Why would I know things like that? Anyway, welcome on in, everybody. This is Game Day Uncensored. Tobin here with you alongside Omar Kelly and Alejandro Solana. We, of course, are getting ready for the Dolphins Week 1 matchup against the L.A. Chargers. That comes your way at 4:25 today from the West Coast. Did you find it interesting or not interesting, Omar? They left pretty late. They were like, we're doing the opposite of last year. We stayed out on the West Coast last year, got our butts kicked. Let's just go out Saturday. Let's head on out to LA as late as possible.
If it didn't work, change it up. And Chosen and Robbie Chosen and Tariq were on the sidelines for the USC football game. So obviously they got there good enough time.
Yeah.
So, I was shocked though. Usually leave for a West Coast game with the time difference. Usually leave like on a Friday. Get there, you get to acclimate yourself.
But then you got to have a walkthrough, where they are. You got to schedule that. Got to get all the equipment out there for that.
Could be too much hobnobbing in LA.
Yeah, just do your walk now.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, man, the hotel we stayed at last year. I want to stay a week there again, man. Some of these hotels we were at, bro, traveling with the Fins.
No wonder you guys had a losing streak. Too much comfort. Too much comfort out there on the West Coast. I didn't like it.
Need to put you at a Comfort Inn.
Yeah, just you get them on edge, Omar. That's what I need. Because last year they could. Oh, we're gonna walk into this Chargers game. We're gonna smoke these guys.
They took
500. We're the fastest thing in the sport right now.
We're the hottest offense in the game.
They were.
Now. Yeah,
they were.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the fourth quarter, though, right? Like nothing had gone right, and I was still
thought they were gonna do it.
Still thought they were gonna come out.
I thought of that Tyreek touchdown. I thought for sure they were gonna win.
Yeah,
I did because they have the ultimate eraser when things don't go great.
We're a little spoiled with that week 2 win in Baltimore last year, right? Because first half you look abysmal, and then third and fourth quarter you're like, oh, okay, all right, this is how it's going to be this year. Okay,
I think Dolphin fans were spoiled in general because we've gone from 2 decades of mediocre to bad offenses, with the exception of a Chad Pennington year in 2008, to all of a sudden best offense in the league, baby.
Yeah, we went from just shouting Wildcat at our TV to then just like terrible, like a stint of, Jay Ajayi 200-yard games. And then it was just like, oh, this is the greatest. It was a drug. They gave us they hooked it to our veins immediately.
But the Jay Ajayi games were balanced out the year after with Jay Cutler games. Oh. So it was easy to forget the Jay Ajayi pickle juice games when you have Jay, I don't care, Cutler smoking grits before games.
Man, that was a magical year right there.
Yeah, it's
I don't care. Played like he didn't care either.
He certainly did. A very
Well,
whatever.
I will say this: best practice performer at quarterback I've ever seen.
Jay Cutler?
Practice games, man, that guy was balling. Now,
Really?
if you were gonna hit him for real, nah, he was playing hot potato with the ball. He was like, get it out of my head. but into his defense, the offensive line did get his ribs broken.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
another
ribs broken on your retirement tour. Yeah, you're not. Remember, he pulled out of the final season finale. He was just like, "Yeah, I ain't playing in that." The check clears either way. I'm good.
He did a nice foist for that last year. Being boys with Adam Gase paid off for Jay Cutler. Good for him. As far as this game's concerned, one thing that I did find interesting, Omar, we do have a little bit of a coaching change here for the Dolphins from last year. The Dolphins have the Chargers defensive coordinator from last year. It's kind of gone under the radar, I think, for most people because Fangs was obviously the big hire for the Dolphins. But they have Ronaldo Hill, who is their passing coordinator, defensive backs coach.
Yes.
Which is interesting because normally you're a defensive coordinator. I wouldn't think you want to be under a defensive coordinator. We see guys usually go places, and I don't know what the money situation is, but normally guys go up. They usually go place with a little more responsibility. And here he comes here, and you're going to be under Vic Fangio, who's doing everything. Vic, though, says that, because Brandon Staley is kind of the Fangs coaching tree, we were Fangs, is that going to be a source? And he said, no, Ronaldo Hill's actually a better source.
Not too much. Ronaldo Hill, who's now here, was with them the last 2 years. So if there's anything to be had that way, he's a better source than I am.
So that's very nice. A nice little nod from Fangs. But Brandon Staley, I thought this was a little frosty from Brandon Staley. Brandon Staley was asked about Ronaldo Hill no longer being with them. And this is what he had to say on that.
It won't have an impact because they're a lot different, and so are we. So this game has a life of its own, and this matchup is going to be a lot different than the last one.
I don't know, man. I felt like he was a little shady at his guy. No impact, nothing.
Here's the thing. I know Ronaldo from the days when he was playing here with the Miami Dolphins, and I would credit him because I think he was one of the key individuals that helped them get to the playoffs in 2008. So I've always had a high level of respect for him, especially working his way up the coaching ranks. Ronaldo told me that he came here primarily, yes, it was a lateral, if not demotion move. It wasn't a situation where he was being fired from the Chargers. This was a situation where he needed to do it for his family situation, for his family circumstances. Now, I wouldn't go into details about that, but we all have families, and we all know, hey, when your family needs you, you got to be out here and instead of being on the West Coast. So I have to, one of those situations where you got to put a little bit of respect on it.
Yeah.
Now, with Vic Fangio, he wanted to also realign himself with Vic Fangio, who, 65 years old. He's not going to coach forever. Hopefully, this is a 2-year stint for him. Either he does well, gets recycled as a head coach somewhere, and that has a great chance of happening because when he struggled in Denver, it was the COVID era. And if you talk to Vic Fangio and you ask him what's the number one thing you learned about coaching, he says, "Yeah, don't be a head coach during COVID."
Classic Fangs.
Yeah, and so you could potentially be grooming a guy to eventually take over here, and I think it's a perfect fit. I like what Ronaldo brings to the secondary. This is a secondary that has so much potential, especially when Jalen Ramsey comes back. You've got young, talented players. Now, have they settled in on that safety spot other than opposite Javon Holland? Not necessarily. I think you're probably going to see some Verone McKinley out there today, paired with Deshaun Elliott. So I think you're going to see a three-headed safety monster. I'm not sure Brandon Jones is going to play. This is a game day uncensored. I watched him limp around that locker room this whole week, coming back from that ACL injury, and it doesn't have me optimistic that he's going to be playing, if not, have an impact, even if he does play. But you never know how it is. But a guy coming off an ACL injury 10 months, do you really need to rush it? Do you need to rush it and have him suffer a setback? He's already suffered a setback in training camp. Why would you push it?
Not only that, with the amount of injuries you're already dealing with, right? Not just on the team, but specifically that position group. Like you don't want to further his progress or keep him from progressing. But Brandon Staley says that Ronaldo Hill is not going to have any impact. What about the fact that Staley does come from Fangs? I think he does directly come from Fangs' coach's tree.
Yeah.
Fangs hired him when they were in Chicago, and then when he took that DC job in Denver, took Brandon Staley before he ended up with the Chargers. Am I making too much about
No,
this
you're
connection? Because if anybody knows Vic Fangio's defense, his tendencies, and what he's trying to implement here in Miami,
Yeah.
it is Brandon Staley.
You talk about, these are the offshoots of, Mike McDaniel is an offshoot of Mike Shanahan.
Yep.
That's the tree he's from. Well, Brandon Staley is an offshoot of Vic Fangio's tree. So wouldn't you rather learn from the master than the student? So what they've been showing Miami in terms of Tua, because Tua talks a lot about the challenges that Vic Fangio's defense shows them and brings, and how much he's learned and grown. Because I felt like that was the only missing component that Tua had to his game. How do I play against zones that are trying to take the middle of the field away from me? And I think Fangio really has helped him elevate his game and grow. And now you're going to be facing his pupil. So, and you've got the defensive coordinator from last year when
I don't know how it can have an impact. Like that's why I think like personal, whatever the reasons are that Ronaldo had, I think that if you're Brandon Staley, you're like, wait a minute, you're leaving me for what? Like if he was, and so personal or not, I do think coaches harbor pettiness. That's not an uncommon thing. So I think that he probably was like dismissive of him. I didn't like it from Brandon Staley.
We're trying to make in their mind, we're trying to make something bigger than it is. But Ronaldo Hill did know the blueprint to beat Tua. He did create the blueprint to beat Tua. So obviously they shared the blueprint with Tua.
Yeah.
And Mike McDaniel, can they build on it?
By the way, first touchdown on our NFL Sunday was San Francisco 49ers Brandon Ayuk with a touchdown pass from your boy Brock Purdy.
He's my boy now, huh? Yeah,
I love Brock Purdy.
I do like Brock Purdy. I think that was legit.
So Niners up 7-0 on the Steelers right now in the 1:00 slate.
Hey Tobin, all I heard from Omar there, we got the guy who had the blueprint to stopping Tua last year. All I heard this year is Tua's going to throw for 550 yards and 5 touchdowns. That's all I heard right there, Omar.
I'm a big Tua guy. I'm a big believer that this is going to be his breakout season. Outside of injury, I don't see any reason why he can't ball all year, and the offensive line. But you know how you support lackluster offensive line? You run the damn ball and balance things out.
We'll take a quick break here on Game Day Uncensored. We roll on after this.
To messy and Inter-Miami games here.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by South Florida Lexus dealers, Tito's Handmade Vodka, Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac, JM Lexus, and Williamson Automotive.
With the 5th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Tua Tagovailoa, quarterback, Alabama.
I've fully seen Tua as our quarterback for this team and this franchise. I think he's an unbelievable talent, and it's not something that we all of a sudden rethought after he had a good game. This is something that since I've been here, kind of known, and we've been able to operate with that in mind, with all the things that we've done.
Justin Herbert and Tua facing off. These two are going to be linked against each other throughout their entire careers.
I mean, he's been a baller, and you also look at his career this far in the NFL. I mean, he continues to do really great things, and he's a great player. I have nothing but respect for him and his game too.
Fake the handoff. Herbert will throw to the right. Caught! Horvath! Touchdown! On the money. Justin Herbert.
Great challenge because he's the type of player that you play, down the stretch in elimination games that you don't have any choice but to do your best to make sure that he doesn't beat you by himself. Very, very good player, challenging player that our guys will be up for and excited for the test.
Tua, he's already special. This whole organization knew it. That's just the inside. You just got to get the outside people believing it. And they starting to believe in it.
Check your pulse if you're not fired up.
Oh, baby. We got the matchup today. Tua Tagovailoa against Justin Herbert. 2 QBs, 1 pick apart. And now going into this big year. Tua, the last real high-profile QB from his draft class that has not gotten an extension. If he stays healthy this year, that might be the case. But we're very excited. That's always a storyline when these two match up. And that'll get to our player to watch here, which is brought to us by our South Florida Lexus dealers. Experience amazing. South Florida Lexus dealers. But yes, Tua versus Herbert. That is, of course, always going to be a thing whenever they match up, Omar. This is round 3 between them. Some will call this the rubber match. Tua getting him in his rookie year, making Justin Herbert, Flores' defense, making him cut his hair. And then of course, we have beaten to the ground what happened at Sunday Night Football last year. But always a thing when these guys are going to match up. It's just a natural thing. I know the QBs like to throw cold water on it because, I face this defense. I don't face the quarterback. All right, dude. That's not the case, though.
Here's the thing. While we can sit here and nitpick the Miami Dolphins for selecting Tua ahead of Justin Herbert, let's be honest and transparent. There are 2 individuals in the sports media and draft world who would have picked Justin Herbert over Tua back in 2020. Those individuals were Mike Tannenbaum, who happened to be the former general manager of the Miami Dolphins, and Chris Sims. So everybody who's sitting here saying that the Dolphins made such a colossal boo-boo in error, let's not have selective memories right now. Let's all remember that Justin Herbert wasn't a finished product coming out of Oregon. And if he was a finished product, he would have came out the year before. Because remember, he decided to stay his senior year because there wasn't a lock to be a first-round pick. And he had an unpolished game and really a questionable personality in terms of could he be a leader?
He's a real electric personality. Listen to his press conference this week. I mean, I thought of a million things I could have done better, like read the dictionary, or watch C-SPAN.
He has no charisma to him, and it reminds me a lot of Ryan Tannehill. Now, with all of that said, does he have a phenomenal arm? Absolutely. If you take out the Miami Dolphins and you take out the Los Angeles Chargers and you just polled the GMs of all 30 teams in the NFL, I think Justin Herbert would get 30 of the 30 votes in terms of who you would pick as a quarterback.
Even Greer?
No, I said take out Greer and take out the Chargers.
Okay, so my bad.
Oh, if Greer had an honest moment, and this is game day uncensored.
I hope he doesn't have an honest moment.
He's too honest a man. He should have picked.
I actually thought Tua was too nice to Herbert this week. I didn't like it.
Hey, he did the same thing last year, though.
Yeah, but I don't like him saying, "Oh my God, his throws are amazing."
I mean, those throws are amazing, bro. But listen, I'm sure Justin Herbert can say the same thing about Tua's pinpoint accuracy.
He didn't, though.
Yeah.
He didn't. He was just like, "Yeah, nice guy."
I say hello every time we see each other.
Yeah, I was like, okay, dude. I thought, I thought that he should have fluffed him up a little bit. I thought they were both a little. Tua was too nice as typical, and Justin Herbert as bland as possible. That's like, if you want to talk about on brand, just talk about their compliments of each other.
But keep in mind, let's not act like this is the first time that we've had good quarterbacks coming out of a draft class. We go back to the Dan Marino class in 1983. You had Jim Kelly number one. I mean, you had John Elway number one. Jim Kelly was in that class, and then Marino was the sixth guy picked. Yes. Could the teams that drafted Ken O'Brien be upset and bothered with the fact that Dan Marino was sitting there and you passed on him? Absolutely. But you think the Buffalo Bills are having regret that they got Jim Kelly as opposed to Dan Marino? No, they're not. And I think that that's going to be a case for the Miami Dolphins. Right now, how you decide who's going to be the victor in this all-time battle? Who's got the rings? Because if you look at the Eli Manning, Phillip Rivers, Ben Roethlisberger class of, I believe it's 1999, you got two of them with 2 rings. You think Eli Roethlisberger, I don't think any of those teams, even the team that selected Phillip Rivers, which happened to be the Chargers, you think they live with regret over the fact that, who the quarterback that they ended up with? I think we have an understanding that Tua can be elite. Are we in agreement here?
No, I think he can. I mean, look, I think the thing that's actually encouraging about it, Solana, from last year was going into that matchup last year.
Yeah.
The MVP talk was not Justin Herbert. It was Tua.
It was
Tua.
Right.
And I think that's the thing that hit us so much in the gut is that it kind of felt like the narrative was going to start flipping a little bit on those two.
Well, it was Tua, but I still think had you pulled everybody, the same 30 GMs Omar's talking about last year going into that game, despite Tua having the better season, they would have picked Herbert. And by the way, Omar's 100% right when you say that 10 years from now, there could be zero regret with the fact that you picked Tua over Justin Herbert, even if Herbert goes on to have an outstanding career as it looks like he's going to. This is somebody who watched Justin Herbert at the 2019 Senior Bowl or 2020 Senior Bowl, and I thought he was a bum.
You
watching
were
him live.
there?
I was at the Senior Bowl.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
And
I was there for the week of practice. He was okay.
He's a bum. Well, guess what ends up happening? He wins the MVP of the stupid Senior Bowl, and then he ends up being an excellent quarterback. We asked everybody on Hawk and Crowder this week, everybody who came on, who's going to have the better career? And everybody said Justin Herbert. But what you just hit on is so true. If Tua is capable enough to stay healthy, we know he's a Super Bowl caliber quarterback. We've seen it, right? As long as he's healthy.
But that's such a strange thing because, so you're saying that the biggest difference between both of them you think is just durability, but talent-wise, okay, yeah, Justin Herbert's got the better arm. The dude also, kind of just flies under the radar. Like, if anybody else at his position blows that game that they had last year in Jacksonville,
yeah.
I mean, did he blow the game or did his defense blow the game?
Even 2 seasons before, he threw two interceptions to keep them. I think it was against the Texans, maybe, to keep them from making.
But that's
playoffs.
the thing is, he's gotten to live in this world where it's kind of all great for him, and
it's all gravy.
It's kind of understandable because he's the guy who got taken after. Tua is no Charger fan ever has to deal with Tua versus Herbert because Herbert fell to them. It's always going to be a thing where Dolphin fans are going to wonder if they got the right guy between both of them, but. I think that the good part about it is you said it. The talent thing seems like it's answered. It's just a matter of can the guy stay on the field, and now it's a question of obviously head health. That's the big word.
I don't even worry about the head anymore. Jiu-jitsu solved all that. But the biggest issue is they're 2 different quarterbacks, and while you can love the arm, and everybody loves the arm, and I said it in an alldolphins.com column that I wrote about the whole second guess, because you can't be a Dolphin fan and not wonder where you would be as a franchise if you had gone Herbert over Tua. But I would make the argument to you, you'd be in this exact same spot.
Yeah.
This exact same spot, because Herbert wasn't fixing that offensive line under Brian Flores. He wasn't fixing the offensive coordinator under Brian Flores. He wasn't fixing your running game under Brian Flores. So ultimately, he wasn't fixing Brian Flores' poor people skills, which led to him being fired. So you'd be right here with Mike McDaniel.
Don't forget about that Ryan Fitzpatrick boo-hoo pity party that also got everybody mad at Tua.
What boohoo pity party?
Dude, he was like,
Omar.
"Oh, I thought it was my job. Boo hoo! It was a pity party.
It was
like
his job.
And when the Dolphins beat the Rams, by the way, in Tua's first start, Ryan Fitzpatrick was not
Seething.
happy. He was not happy.
And what did Justin Herbert? I mean, his big obstacle.
I'm feeling a lot of Ryan Fitzpatrick hate over here, and I'm
bet
not
your ass you
going
are.
to allow it.
Why?
Because I love that dude.
Oh, you like the beard,
Yeah, 'cause
Omar.
you like-
You
No,
like the
no,
beard.
no. He's
trick.
a great.
You
that,
do-
listen,
you-
he's a great leader. Like you guys
Okay,
are, you
great
guys are
leader.
being
Leader.
extremely
Got hurt at-
disrespectful.
Got hurt at a water park. What a mature guy.
Leader, where did he lead his team?
I didn't know I was doing a show with two Ryan Fitzpatrick haters. I'm about to leave here.
President of the club,
listen.
dude.
This is not going to be tolerated here.
Hold on
Ryan
a
Fitzpatrick is like the great, is phenomenal.
Dude,
Get
outta here.
He cut his practice shorts
he's
to
a
show solidarity to his
he's a
teammate. All of a sudden, he's the greatest teammate ever.
he's a McCown with great facial hair.
You say leader?
Journeyman.
Where do you lead his teams to?
Nowhere.
7 and 9.
Guy wouldn't have a commercial or a broadcasting gig if it wasn't for copying Conor McGregor's gimmick.
Wow, all of
Get the
this.
hell outta
Ryan
here.
Fitzpatrick. Hey, I'm going to have to bring Ryan Fitzpatrick on this show.
Good.
Goddammit.
Bring him on. Bring him on.
Listen, I don't know what he did to you guys. Who hurt you?
He hurt Tua. He hurt Tua with his tears. That's what he hurt.
That was his team. Tua stole his team.
Get out of here.
Ryan
His team.
Fitzpatrick would have taken his
He
team to
doesn't-
the playoffs.
That's the thing that's the grand delusion that he has is that he ever had a team. You never had a team. You're Ryan Fitzpatrick.
He had this team,
Chan Gailey.
and it was stolen from him. I can't believe you guys.
Justin Herbert, what did he have to do with his vet? Nothing. His vet got stabbed in the ribs by a bad quack doctor. Obstacle averted. Take a break. Back after this.
Breaking news from AM 560 Sports WQAM is presented by
Uncensored on AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by South Florida Lexus dealers, Tito's Handmade Vodka, Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac, JM Lexus, and Williamson Automotive.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here on 560 WQAM. Tobin with you alongside Alejandro Solana and Omar Kelly. We are taking you up until our week one. Check out, look, there's that bozo right now on television, Omar.
Oh,
right
my gosh. Are we going to do more Ryan Fitzpatrick slander?
Amazing how much money a beard has made. It's pretty, it's
the whole moxie, baby. It's not a beard. It's
not moxie.
He's always Mr. Popular no matter what team he's been on, wherever he goes, and it's not a beard that does it.
It's a beard, dude. He was, before that, just a Harvard nerd, and then he just stumbled upon a cool look.
Wow, we are going in the second segment of Ryan Fitzpatrick slander.
I'll divert.
He stole to his team, damn it. I mean, he stole his team.
1 o'clock slate's going on right now. The Falcons are up 7-0 on the Panthers. The Jaguars and Colts are tied at 7. We have a touchdown from Trevor Lawrence to Calvin Ridley there for the Jags, and then Anthony Richardson with a touchdown run to have things even there. So Anthony Richardson's career has gotten off to a pretty hot start right now. Colts have the ball there. Second quarter underway. Bucks, they're up 3-0 on the Vikings. Thanks again, Fox or CBS, for that game down here. Awesome. 49ers, they are up 10-0 on the Steelers at the end of one. Saints and Titans, Tennessee's up 6-3 in that one. And the Commanders, they're up 7-3 on the Cardinals right now. Ravens up 7-0 on the Houston Texans in that one. And what do we have? Pick 6 there? What the hell was the score?
I totally forgot. You know what some of the sex appeal to the Tampa Bay
J.K.
game?
Dobbins touchdown run.
You know some of the sex appeal to this Tampa Bay Minnesota game?
What's that?
Led by former Dolphins head coach Brian Flores.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah.
Flo is now the DC over in Minnesota, trying to get things right over there.
Yeah. Two former coaches here on the field. Todd Bowles is also former Miami Dolphins head coach.
Never wanted Baker Mayfield to succeed as much as I do right now.
You wanted
after doing that.
You wanted to light up Flo.
Oh, please.
What's the beef with Flo?
I thought Flo was a good coach.
He was a good coach. He just not a good person. All right.
And I get it for Ryan Fitzpatrick on a beard.
They don't have to go together. You can be a good coach and a bad person. I mean, he was okay as a person, but
prickly.
Yeah, very prickly. Like touching a cactus. Yeah, I'm serious. Like grabbing a cactus with the hand.
We are streaming live on YouTube and Twitch. You guys can get your questions in and your comments there. So if you guys have any questions for Omar, we can get to some of those as well. We'd love to get your participation there in the show and on the text line, which is 305-567-0560.
We didn't even talk about. We talked about the slate of games, but the Thursday night opener, Omar. Just your thoughts on this Kadarius Phoney. And
I've never been a fan
Moore.
of his. I have never been a fan of his. I think the Kansas City Chiefs need to go out and they need to claim Robbie Chosen. That would help them a lot. I know Dolphin fans be like, "Oh God, give it a rest with Chosen, bro." Trust me.
I was kind of surprised I was surprised nobody picked him up, and then he ended up on the practice squad.
There's something that you got to understand, and I tried to help Solana understand that.
Yeah.
When you're a vested veteran, which means you have more than 4 years of experience, if you are on the roster for week 1, your entire contract is guaranteed. So a lot of times what teams will do is they will keep the Keon Smiths of the world and have them on the active roster for week 1. And then maybe next week, Miami will go out and sign a veteran offensive lineman. I can't remember, Cedric O, and have him for week 2, just so that they don't have to guarantee his roster and he's paid week to week. Whereas if you would have had Chosen on your roster for the season opener on your 53, his whole contract would have been guaranteed. So you basically can't move him. Otherwise, you're going to pay him his whole salary, and you can't bring him up and down the 53-man roster. So I rather it be this way so vested veterans get their money, because you know how this fake NFL contracts are fake. That's literally the week 1 for vested veterans. That's the only thing that's real. And sometimes you got to play these games with your roster. So
I will say, Omar asked, he's like, not a Brock Purdy guy. I'm looking like a fool right now because him and Ayuk, it's like looking like Montana and Jerry Rice right now. Those two hooking up. The 49ers go up 17-0 on the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Sometimes baby. Sometimes in the 49ers, I will say this: the locker room always knows. The players always know. They know when a guy has it and when they don't. And that's part of the reason why I'm so convicted on Tua being good, because going back to last year, players knew before the nation knew. And this year they're like, yeah, that guy's he's elite. And there's nobody that'll tell you that he's not elite in that locker room. And I'm like, man, could or would they have ever said that about Ryan Tannehill?
No, dude.
Not never. Not never.
Never.
So
never.
They do know his limitations. They know his shortcomings, but Drew Brees had the same limitations, same shortcomings. He was still an excellent quarterback. And you have to build the offense for him, and of course build the offensive line for him. And
and the other thing that was I think that's the one thing, because I felt like this was pretty much the first year where he didn't have to deal with a lot of outside noise up until the Ryan Clark thing happened. And I just thought, like, the thing
Tua and I have to deal with outside noise. Are you crazy?
This year, dude,
but what quarterback has to deal with all the crap that he's got to go through?
No, nobody. But that's what I'm saying. Like, up to this particular off season, the jiu-jitsu thing a little bit, people were like making fun of it.
Your coach hated you.
No. I'm saying this particular year, though.
Okay.
I'm saying this particular season didn't have to deal with a lot of stuff up until the Ryan Clark thing, which was like
Kenny Pickett have to deal with talking about his concussions, his 2 concussions?
No, but he didn't take jiu-jitsu.
Okay, but yeah, exactly. But Tua's got to.
But I think
Tua's got to answer every single question about. Oh yeah, you're soft. Can you stay healthy?
Yeah,
for
that's
17
why.
days?
That's what I'm saying though. Like I felt like, because you remember, like, if he would have ended last year practice on a pick 6, oh my god, that would have been like a month's worth of stuff if Tua would have ended a practice. And this year he kind of had it's like, it's okay. I think most fans believe in him down here this year now, and I think that's a great sign for him. And one of the things that I think probably pissed him off is like, hold on, I've been through the sabotage coach. I've been through, quarterback crying on me publicly. I've been through the injuries and all that type of stuff.
Those were real tears, and you will not disrespect Ryan Fitzpatrick anymore. Listen,
I will put a pin on it.
He
for the
had
rest of
his
the show.
team stolen from him, and it was his opportunity to prove to the world that he was a winning quarterback and could lead a team to the playoffs, and it was taken from him.
Great job,
then handed back to him in these moments and instances where he had to win the game, and then the job was handed right back to Tua.
I was very conflicted on that Raiders pass. Very conflicted.
Hey, by the way, the noise about Tua's injuries don't just come from this year. Like, let's not forget, every season he's played, he's missed games due to injury. I just want to clarify that.
Broken ribs, finger.
I'm with you on. I don't want to talk about the concussion thing. If it happens again this year, fine, we'll have the conversation.
Yep.
I'm hoping it doesn't. But the durability questions span more than just, hey, he had 2 concussions last year that were, pretty scary.
Yes.
It goes back to the rib injury.
He came into the league busted up.
Right.
Yes.
The hip injury,
I
everything.
personally know 6 teams that in the draft process, they took them off their draft board. Now, some of them didn't need quarterbacks, but it was a legit. People speculated his career won't last longer than 8 years.
I'll never forget. We were stalking him at Radio Row, me and my producer Robbie, because we were like,
I was stalking him too at Radio Row Super Bowl.
We just wanted to look at his gait. We were just like, how's he walking? What's going on there with Tua? How's he looking over there? How's he walking? And we were like, I think I'm okay with it. Okay. I think I'm okay with it. That's just not. I've never scouted.
I mean, we drafted
it.
We drafted a damaged quarterback. We drafted a broken quarterback. We do.
That was a crazy injury.
Yeah, it was.
Busted his hip.
Possible career-threatening injury. He's past it, just like he'll be past the concussions. Like, okay, his ribs got broken. Okay, Jay Cutler's ribs got broken. He suffered a hand injury. The only thing I really worry about Tua is the hip can be re-injured and his throwing shoulder. If he has to have shoulder surgery, yeah, I'm out because the arm is just barely good enough. If you take a little bit off that arm, I'm done. I'm out. We can't do Chad Pennington 2.0.
Yeah.
But
even though he was really good that one year.
He was really good that one year.
Nice guy.
Then you saw what happened ever since then. But yeah, it's he has all the tools and intangibles to be good. The question is, can he stay healthy? And it's a legit question. It is a legit question coming back from his Alabama years. And I think part of the problem that he's had throughout his whole career, and even I will carry it up to this training camp, and this is the one thing that I want all Dolphin fans to watch for and look for. Tua needs to start throwing the ball away.
Yes.
He does not do that. He does not do that. He does not do that in practice. He holds it because he always feels like he can make something happen. And I watch him do it in practice. And yes, occasionally you make something happen, but just throw the damn ball away and live to fight another day.
Yeah, that's kind of the weird thing with him is because like last year, the narrative on him was that he was like a check down Charlie, like he was a safe quarterback. And it's like he's kind of not though. He kind of makes
never been that.
He really takes a lot of risks. Sometimes you'll look because usually when his picks happen, you're just like, woof. Like
sometimes the picks aren't even on him.
Sometimes they're not. But when
nobody cares.
No, but even the ones that are, you're just like, whoa. But the thing with him that it was like that, it goes back to that week too. It's like it was, this really can be something special. This guy looks like him, and him and Waddle and Tyreek, like that is one of the best shows in the league.
And that is one of the downsides, I guess, of having such an accurate quarterback. He thinks he can thread the needle every damn time, right?
Single
time. Every time, if the window's this small, he feels like he can put it in there.
And it'll be right over the receiver's fingertips.
Yeah.
And like, how many passes have you seen in the season? There's got to be like 20 where it's like, that should be an interception, but it isn't. And that's just who he is and how he plays. And I've seen it. Like he's got this breadbasket throw. It's right outside the 20 to 25 yard. It's like it's arced and literally it's pinpointed. He could throw it all day long. Like some quarterbacks, like Ryan Tannehill, made a living his rookie season throwing a 15-yard out because literally he couldn't read defenses. And all Brian Hartline and whoever was opposite Brian Hartline would do is they'd run comebacks and outs. And that's how he'd eat. Tua can't throw that pass. But what he can throw is a teardrop pass to the left and right sideline in a corner that nobody else can get outside of his receivers. And it's an amazing zone beater, and you're going to see it a ton today.
Question coming in on the YouTube side of things, Omar. Giovanni wants to know, based on your evaluations of former Dolphins coaches, minus the head coach, how good are their coaches? I guess the coaching staff. Like, what do you think of the staff?
The staff is pretty amazing. If you look at it from the standpoint of big fan of Sam Madison, big fan of Wes Welker, who's going to teach slot receiver better than Wes Welker. Got to put respect on Butch Barry because he's earned my respect. I was very, very critical of him coming in, and he's earned my respect. Defensively, Vic Fangio, Ronaldo Hill, you got two defensive coordinators. I think they could do a little bit better from some defensive position coaches, but I think that'll come in coming years. But I like what I see from the offense.
Is it the best staff we've had down here in a while, would you say? I mean, I can't tell you exactly, going back a decade, but just from your era covering the Dolphins.
Early Tony Sperano staffs that were built by Parcells were pretty damn good.
Dan Campbell?
Yeah, Dan Campbell. I mean, you've got guys, Dan Campbell, Todd Bowles, Dan Henning. He brought Dan Henning out of retirement. Dan Henning is a very accomplished and established offensive coordinator. I don't even know who the offensive line coach was back then. I don't remember. But anyway,
was Sperano.
It was really Sperano. Yeah, it was really Sperano. That was his thing. God rest his soul.
Yeah.
That was a good guy.
They're the football.
Yeah.
Not here and with the Raiders.
It's
remember when he came back so skinny the second year?
Sperano, because he was trying to survive and he's trying to not die.
That was crazy.
Didn't he used to do he used to walk up and down stairs, right? Like in stadiums to stay healthy.
I remember there was like kind of that like little shuttle shade at Rex Ryan because Rex Ryan had the lap band surgery. And he goes, did it the natural way. Steps. I was like, ooh. It was a tough offseason. You had the surgery there for Rex Ryan, and then of course the foot fetish.
Foot fetish.
Yeah. No judgment, but New York will get you.
Was that Wes Welker who talked about the foot soldiers going into that playoff game?
You like what you like, man. When
hey,
Rex likes feet. It is what it is.
Game Day Uncensored. We'll get to another hour of things. We'll keep you updated on the scores around. I'd say the big one right now, San Francisco putting it on Pittsburgh. They're up 17-0 and marching down the field again. So it could be a tough one and a tough start.
Everybody thought the Steelers were going to be that dude.
They
that
get
team.
it right now.
Yeah.
We'll take a break. Back after this.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line at 305-567-0560. Summer starts here at Kendall Toyota. Sign and drive at a new Toyota is yours with no payments for 90 days. Selling your car? Kendall Toyota will pay you top dollar for any trade-in, any condition. Buying or selling, no one beats a Kendall Toyota deal. Call 305-KENDALL.
This season, your number one team for the best in luxury is JM Lexus, where there's never a dealer fee, saving you more. There's one upfront price, always the best price. We have an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, a 4.8 Google rating with over 16,000 reviews, and been named the Lexus
field.
The Miami football team is in game mode today, and we'll get you in game mode today, too.
This game has a life of its own, and this matchup's going to be a lot different than the last one.
Tobin, Solana, and Omar telling it like it is, like it really is. Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
On AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Game Day Uncensored is sponsored by South Florida Lexus Dealers. Experience amazing by Tito's Handmade Vodka. Tito's Handmade Vodka on game day. Pour me in, coach. Ed Morse Sawgrass Buick GMC is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins. Remember, you're always backed by Morse. By JM Lexus. At JM Lexus, you'll always get the home team advantage. And by Williamson Automotive. Williamson is Miami.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here on 560 WQAM. You made it, everybody. Congratulations. Week 1 of the NFL season. Your Miami Dolphins about a couple and a half hours away from kickoff against the LA Chargers, Week 1. And it is good to have it back. It is good to have football back. 1 o'clock slate in full swing right now as
49ers are whooping that
49ers are up 20-0 on the Pittsburgh Steelers. They had just gone up big challenge by Mike Tomlin. One I think he thought he was going to win, but probably try and get something to bounce their way. But luckily, Brock Purdy's got some tight cheeks, and he kept that football.
Literally held the fumble, grabbed it on the ground, and just held it right up against that left buttocks.
Yep, very impressive. Very impressive by him. So you have that going on right now. Also around the league, Panthers and Falcons are tied at 7. You have Hayden Hurst, who caught Bryce Young's first touchdown pass and then chucked it into the stands. Shouldn't have done that with the football.
$6,000 fine.
Yep. So Bijan Robinson.
Is it?
Yeah.
Damn. Chucking in football in the stands.
Remember Kenyon Drake, the Miami Miracle, just threw it into the stands. Got fined for it.
Yeah.
Whatever. Did he ever get that football back?
He did. Yeah. I think he was able to recover it.
So yeah, they're 7-7 right now. You have the Minnesota Vikings. They're up 7-3. Jordan Addison has a 39-yard touchdown reception in that one. Colts and Jaguars are tied at 7. Yeah, you got 6-7-6. Commanders are up on the Cardinals right now. And Ravens, they're up 7-3. J.K. Dobbins is a touchdown run in that one. They're up on the Texans. So there you go. Oh, and Browns Bengals is 3-0 with Cleveland up 3-0 on Cincinnati right now. But your Dolphins, we have to wait for them. We have to simmer. We have to let it marinate a little bit more, Solana, before we get to have the season start off. But this is an exciting one for sure.
Dolphins 3-point underdogs, by the way, going into LA. Makes sense, right? Kind of even. Usually home team gets 3 points anyways for being the home team. So really it's an even matchup, right?
Yeah. Yep, that is the gambling rub right there. Going into this one.
It's a good matchup. It's a phenomenal team. Mediocre city, but LA's a mediocre city. Come on now.
I've never been.
You never been?
Never been to LA.
It's massive. Tons of traffic.
Worse than here?
Oh yeah, it's way worse.
Twice as bad.
It is way worse.
Twice as bad.
That's saying something because the traffic's never been worse here.
No. Traffic's here is even tame compared to Boston. Yeah. So yeah, it's worse. Very comparable teams. I think they're very comparable rosters in terms of both of them are top heavy.
Yep. Both teams, honestly, I think the last I checked, both have, I think, pretty even Super Bowl odds as well, even on the gambling stakes for it.
Them and Jacksonville, all three teams are probably right there, right?
Win projections are the same, 9.5 for both teams. They're both like 7th and 8th in Super Bowl projections as well. And I was looking at the numbers from last year. Last year, points scored per game. Miami 11th, LA 12th. Points allowed per game. LA 23rd, Miami 24th. Yards gained per game. They were tied last year, which is remarkable. 357.1. Both of them tied 8th. And then yards allowed per game. LA was 20th. Miami was 19th. I mean, these teams both on that next step trajectory, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's kind of picking them to be the next elite team in the AFC. both with quarterbacks picked 5th and 6th in the same draft, both with head coaches who are still early, young, tenured head coaches. Like, they're on that same path. So it makes sense.
And they're also trying to do the same thing. Like, they're trying to tighten up their defense and establish a run game, fix the offensive line. Like, it's the carbon copy of each other.
Yeah, and it's probably, if you look at it from the standpoint of like I'd say probably the top 3 teams just off the top of my head in the AFC. Obviously the Chiefs, even though, Kadarius Toney, yeesh.
That guy's been fighting the football for 20 years of his life.
It cost me a bet against Leroy. I'm not happy about it. But I would say it was probably them, then Cincinnati, Buffalo, or like the kind of the old guard. They're still up there, and then you're trying to knock on the door to get through there and see. And so I guess what I say, Omar, what does make the Dolphins elite, to kind of bring it back to it for a second? Like, if you're top 3 in this conference, which is a very loaded conference, I think that probably is what gets you there. I think that's what I would consider the Dolphins being elite.
Health is going to be a massive factor, and obviously the Dolphins aren't off to a great start from that standpoint, but also belief, and believe that Vic Fangio is going to make your defense turn it from mediocre to forceful. Believe that the offensive line is going to solidify in year 2 under Mike McDaniel and at least become a better running team. Belief that Mike McDaniel will fix some of these offensive issues and pre-snap penalty issues and be able to counteract what teams are doing to him from a schematic standpoint. There is belief, and I would tell you, I've covered the Dolphins for 15 years, and that's been the biggest difference that I've seen from this team. Is a lot of teams will talk about, we want to, you always hear in this blank stare, we want to win the AFC East. Okay, yeah, but that was different in the era of Brady. Like, you knew that was fiction. You knew you weren't going to do that unless Brady got injured, which happened in 2008, and you finally won the last AFC East championship. But this year, there's such a different confidence level to this franchise and this team, and I wonder if it's going to translate and show up on Sundays.
Here is Tua Tagovailoa. This was earlier this week, and the Dolphins QB saying that not afraid to have lofty Super Bowl expectations.
I mean, why not talk about it? Every other team, is talking about it, regardless of their record. Like, you have to believe it. If you don't believe it, like, that's where you go wrong. First off, regardless of the opinions of people outside, like, it has to start from within. When it starts from within, you start believing in each other. You start believing in play calls that normally you wouldn't want called, but when you're able to believe in them, you trust that the guys are going to be in the right spot, like the right time, and anything can happen.
You have to think from his standpoint, too. One of the things we never talk, because we're always just so focused on his health and his livelihood, and those are very important things, and if his career is going to continue, but it had to hurt for him as a competitor to watch his team go through the struggles they did with him out. Because of thinking where they were last year, what could have been if he was out there. Yeah, as a competitor. Like, it had to be tough for Tua to watch his team struggle without him, be in the playoffs without him. Yes, it's small potatoes too. Is your career going to continue, your livelihood and all that? But we know Tua is a prideful guy and a competitive guy. So for him to have to sit on the sidelines and watch and not really have a defined, when am I going to clear protocol? When am I going to be out of this? That had to be really hard to go through for him.
I never thought about it from that standpoint in terms of the competitive nature in him probably ate him up. Never thought about it a day in my life, but you're probably right. And maybe that's what drove him to do the jiu-jitsu and to put on 10 pounds of muscle and to do neck lifts to strengthen his necks and shoulder muscles. And Mike McDaniel says this, and I truly do believe this. And I know, even if you're the most casual of Dolphin fans, you should know what this quarterback's makeup is. And he's going to do everything in his possible power in order to maximize everything that he's got. That's just who he is. That's how he's wired, which is why I've always felt like he has that intangible. You could say whatever you want about him, but you always know he's going to go the extra mile. And that, to me, is what you want in a quarterback.
And you would hope that this is, with all the stuff that he has done, I just hope that, it's not something like a concussion that derails him. Like, that's the thing that just had to be so tough. And so, yeah, I hope that the jiu-jitsu works. I hope all that stuff. I hope that he doesn't take any hits like that, even with the concerns around the line.
And especially going back to, Tobin, your comments where it had to have been tough for him as a competitor, but not only him having to miss a playoff game, but that specific situation the Dolphins were in. Remember, just a couple of weeks prior, they're in Buffalo with a lead in the fourth quarter and probably should have won that game. Gets away from them, right? Well, that happens on the road in Buffalo, hostile environment. You get a chance to be back there again to win a playoff game, first time for this organization in 20 years, and you can't play. And he was probably feeling okay by then, right? Like
probably
the concussion stuff. 4 weeks had transpired.
But he also probably knew, based on all of the stuff the Dolphins had gone through with all the scrutiny they had already taken that year of them putting him out there on Thursday Night Football. He probably knew, even if I felt fine, they weren't going to let him out there.
Right.
Because the ramifications would have been too, who knows what they would have been.
I would have just lied.
You would have just lied if you were him?
Yeah.
I don't even think, he might have lied, and they probably would have been like, I don't believe you.
You might be right, because if it were me, there was no chance, no possible way that I was not going to be on the field for that Buffalo playoff game. So I would have just lied and told you whatever you need to hear. And I don't know if he would do that, because the one thing, if I had to criticize Tua, he's probably too damn honest. If there was a major criticism I had over him, and I'm not saying that he's at fault or he's wrong, his honesty level, it's off the charts.
I know.
He just says things that you just say, you shouldn't say that. But you're a media member, and you're like, all right, you said it. Thanks. Appreciate it.
I love guys like that.
Even the Herbert comment, like,
too much.
Yeah. It just,
right.
You just shouldn't have said that. Like, you should say he's an amazing quarterback. He's I'm glad to be in his draft class. No, he said, man, that guy makes throws that I just look at him and I just go, man, oh my God, that I can't throw that. Like, we know it. You shouldn't say it.
Kind of his character, though.
It is.
He just.
He's adorable.
We were kind of making fun of
Is
Ryan
he really?
Tannehill.
Is that how you describe
Oh,
him?
he's adorable. He is. You know who he reminds me a lot of? He reminds me of Goran Dragic on the Heat. Like, Goran Dragic would always just be way too honest, but like, because he was Slovenian and had this cute accent, you just were like, Gogi, whatever.
I know you do the accent. Come on, give it to us.
He'd be like, oh, you know what he did? Because Gogi would do this with injuries all the time. Like, Heat, they like to keep injuries on lock, and he'd be like, can't believe Kendrick Nunn has COVID, Bobby. And you're like, you're not supposed to say that. Go on in secret. He's like, oh, man, my bad, Bobby. Listen, Jimmy back in 4 to 6 weeks from ankle. He'll be back. It's like they'd always try and keep things secret, but Gogi couldn't, and you couldn't get mad at him because he's Goran Dragic.
No filter.
No filter.
I think Tua has a bit of that. Tyreek gets in front of a mic. He doesn't even know where he's going. He's just going to say whatever he wants to say. He's winging it.
He's trying to say something sensational to get a headline.
Tua is just answering totally unfiltered what he believes. But you're right. Like, when you're the quarterback, you probably shouldn't say that.
I will say, though, the one thing I've liked about Tyreek did a great thing last year with being almost like the boxing promoter of the Dolphins. And, we talk about the job Mike McDaniel did, but Tyreek did a great job of taking, the hits of, what do you mean he's more accurate than Mahomes? And it's like, if you believe it or not believe it, but he did that for his teammate. And I think this year, the thing that I've liked about him is, like, he's kind of honed back on that and almost had put the expectations back on Tua. Like, we only go as far as you go. And I think that's a cool thing. That's like I think Tyreek almost respects him that he's growing up, and he's like, no, we're only going to go as far as Tua takes us.
Yeah, he said back when we were doing OTAs, he said, that before I used to tell Tua, like, bro, you're the quarterback. You tell us when we're going to throw and where to be and what time to be there. You're the leader. You're the guy. And he's like, I don't have to do any of that stuff anymore. Like, he knows this is his team, and he knows, and he said it 1,000 times. We're only going to go as far as Tua takes us. And there isn't a disbelief that Tua can't take us to the Super Bowl. And that they are literally, first time in my 15 years, they just say Super Bowl all the damn time. And I'm like, bro, are you really putting that out there? That this is the goal? This is the standard?
But part of that, with Tyreek at least, he comes from a situation where that was the only goal. Right? Like, that was the conversation, because that had to be the conversation. And I think he's trying to maybe not replicate it, but inject it into the Dolphins because, man, like mindset to me is everything. If you're in this locker room and you don't believe you can get there, then get the hell out of here, right? Because then what is your goal
So
compared to
you
everybody
believe in that
else's?
mindset, Mojo?
I do. If you're not thinking, hey, we can be a Super Bowl team, you're not going to be a Super Bowl team. And Tyreek, he only has that mindset of, I'm the best player in the world. I'm taking my team there.
Our boy Tannehill just chucked up an old duck for an interception.
Mid-season
Saints have the
form.
ball back. Say that game right now, 6-6, Titans and Saints. We continue on here with Gameday Uncensored. We'll keep you updated with action around the league as we get you ready for the Dolphins' first game of the season, 425 from LA. Tobin, Omar, Kelly, and Solana here with you until 425. We're back after this.
You're listening to the exclusive home of Miami Hurricanes football.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here. Tobin, Omar, Kelly, Alejandro, Solana, all here with you as we are getting ready for Dolphins and Chargers coming at you week 1. We are in the midst of the first slate of NFL games, a full slate going on right now. Let me give you a fantasy update here, which is brought to us by our friends over at Tito's. Tito's Handmade Vodka makes the good stuff for good times. Find recipes, videos, and more at Tito'sVodka.com. It's not going well for the Pittsburgh Steelers right now.
Getting beat down.
The total yards in this game currently, hold on, let me refresh just so I have it up to the date right now because I'm on team stats. 223 yards for the San Francisco 49ers. The Steelers won.
100 and what?
No. 1 yard. That's the total offense. 223 total yards for the 49ers with just under 2 minutes left in this first half. 223 total yards for the 49ers. A singular yard total for Pittsburgh.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I'm not a Kenny Pickett fan.
Baby hands.
Huh?
Because of his baby hands.
I don't see I don't see the fascination that people had with what he did last year because I didn't think he did that much.
It's one of those, it is an interesting thing because that division, everybody's kind of crowned as like, oh, what's the best? Is it going to be the North or is it going to be the East?
Oh my God.
And I do think that the North, I can see the ceilings for a lot of those teams.
The
but
ceiling's
like,
the roof.
The ceiling's the roof. But I feel like that there's a lot of stuff wobbling with those North teams. I think people just have a general respect for Pittsburgh. I get it. Mike Tomlin's never had a losing season.
Mm-hmm.
But the Browns and Deshaun Watson, ultimate wild card. No idea if that guy's going to be good at football ever again. And then, of course, we talk to we're blue in the face about Tua's durability. Lamar Jackson. I love Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson was like the only quarterback I think I would have been cool with. Like, if the Dolphins ventured out, I had to have a talk with myself about Lamar Jackson because I really like Lamar Jackson. But there's a lot of games. So it could be like remember everybody was doing this with the AFC West. How many Denver Broncos games were we tortured with last year? Because this AFC West is going to be amazing.
They're going to be Super Bowl contenders.
Wasn't that good a division? Wasn't that good a division? So maybe and I'm doing this based on one half of football. Maybe we've overfluffed the AFC North. Perhaps. Again, I'm going this.
That's
my overreaction to half of the 1 o'clock slate.
There could be some validity to that. I mean, right now Lamar Jackson's got 35 yards on 5 rushing attempts, and funny, I give you the rushing stats first, and it's 7 of 11 for 60 yards with 1 interception. And I do believe that they are the best team in that division. Now, the question is, can they put it all together?
Yep.
Well, no. Zay Flowers, boy, if you don't have him in fantasy and he's out there available, go get him.
Well, I don't know because he's definitely not available, and they have a rushing touchdown today, and he didn't score that touchdown, Omar. Yeah. So I don't know, but I will tell you, since we're doing our fantasy segment, I have Lamar Jackson in like every single one of my leagues, and he's only up to 3 points here, Tobin. So what the hell's going on here?
I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude.
Slow start, new offense. People have got to understand it takes a minute for a new offense to actually click. I know for Mike McDaniel, it happened like the minute he got there. But it generally takes a new offense probably about 6 to 7 weeks.
I saw you were watching during the break that Mike McDaniel piece on ESPN. I was only listening to it. Sounded pretty good.
Jeff Darlington, he got him to talk about his stint in rehab, talk about being fired from the NFL, being out of the league for 865 days. If you have not had the opportunity to go look at, he's driving his slick Audi to practice. It's a hot car. Yeah. Mike McDaniel, you guys know he's a man of style.
He's got swag. He's got swag.
Yeah, I know you can appreciate it because, man, I love everything about his style and swag and taste level. I know where it comes from. It comes from the fact that he has to impress 22 and 25-year-old millionaires. So from the book bag he was wearing in that piece, man, the car, woo! I always check out his sneakers every day. He wears a new sneaker. I think he does it just for me. I personally
think so too.
He stopped when I left. He stopped wearing Yeezys. So
that was the reason?
Or maybe maybe it had something to do with Tupac. I mean, actually, not Tupac. I said Tupac. Maybe it had something to do with Kanye. He did wear a Yeezy. He snuck it up on us last week, but I didn't want to put it out there because I didn't want to.
You can wear the sneakers now. You can wear the sneakers.
I mean, Adidas is selling them. So
I was about to say, didn't Adidas go back on that?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Shh, don't talk about it. Yeah, there's a lot of money. We made the shoes. We might as well sell them. We only made $200 million worth of shoes. We might as well sell them.
He does, like, the one thing that I think everybody's captivated by. He is a super likable guy, bit of a weirdo. With the way his press conferences are different than everybody else's. He
tries to be funny. It's not weird. It's I think he looks at himself as a failure if he doesn't have like 3 laugh out loud moments.
Gotta have a zinger.
Yeah, he's got to have a zinger. He's got to leave on a high note too.
But it is good. You know what? It's good that he tries, because football can be so negative and it can be so, I don't know,
monotonous.
Yeah, like Brian Flores would be like, I don't think there's anywhere he wanted to be less than in front of a microphone, and I do think that, if Mike McDaniel, I think the thing I appreciate is you got to do it 5 times a week or whatever, at least make the most of it.
He filibusters a little bit too much though.
A little.
Yeah, as guys who have to cut up his sound,
a little, Omar. I mean, I'm telling you, the best way to describe it is he needs like 3 minutes to then finally realize what it is that he wants to say.
2 minutes and 30 seconds, actually. But it is who he is. He's been this person consistently.
Yeah. No, I love his authenticity. I don't think anybody can take that away from him, right? And even when you say that he's dressing that way to impress the players, I think to a certain degree there is some of that, right? He wants to be able to relate to guys, and he's a team friendly coach. He wants to be boys with the locker room or whatever. But I also just think that's him. Like, he likes looking good.
Yes,
he likes
does.
dressing.
No. I didn't say
sneakers.
I didn't say he went to the Heat games doped out and the color palettes too. Love them.
I always wanted to know if he had like a thing with Spo, because there would be Heat games he'd go by himself. I found it very strange because I would just be hypnotized by watching him at these Heat games. One time he ended up next to Jimmy Goldstein, you see the cowboy, the old cowboy you see at NBA games. And he was like, wait, so he's just not sitting with anybody? He's just at the game enjoying it himself? Like,
why can't he just enjoy a sports game?
You don't go with anybody? You're the NFL, you're the Miami Dolphins head coach. He's got to have a buddy. Someone's going to want to go to that game.
Yeah, I mean, Chris Greer did go to a game with him. So, yeah.
Chris Greer's like, you're going again, Mike? Spo wants me, dude. I got to be there for Spo.
Listen, I expect Spo to be at the first home game. It's you got to what's that word?
Reciprocate. Yeah.
Reciprocity.
Yeah. I think he should. Spo likes going to the football. He does he's into that. Like, he likes going to talk to different coaches and things like that. And but listen, better than Mike McDaniel than him going to talk to damn Pete Carroll again. And I appreciate that. I'm glad that Spo will do it some local stuff there.
Listen, what I got to say is the man's got swag. He's got style. Now, this whole genius label reputation, let's calm down a little bit. Let's let the body of work determine that.
Somebody had commented this, that, to be fair, it's not like he came out and called himself a genius. It was more of just the hype train around his quirky personality and the run game guru or whatever.
Yeah, because actually this week somebody said something genius and he goes, genius?
Right.
He's like,
he liked it? Like,
he's like,
did it make him cringe or make him happy?
It made him uncomfortable. Yeah, it was like genius.
But all this stuff of his quirky personality and the interesting conversations and the jokes and him dressing cool, being boys, all that's fun when things are good.
Yeah,
I just want to point that out.
Absolutely.
Because in the NFL, it'll switch on you real quick. Your fan base will switch on you real quick.
Yeah.
And all that we love, and I
Not
love
just
it
your
too.
fan base, your locker room will switch on you real quick too.
All that we love and that we embrace right now. The Dolphins are 1-7 this year. That's not fun anymore.
They love Brian Flores. I can tell you they love not Joe Philbin.
People loved Adam Gase.
Yeah, no, they loved Adam Gase until he turned on them. When the players realized he just kept throwing people under the bus, then they were like, "Yeah, you're a turncoat. You keep turning on us." And then they quit on him at the end of the season because they didn't want him back.
Look, I think he did a great job last year because his job was to get Tua back confident and believe in himself. So I think for that,
okay, what else was his job?
That was A+.
Okay.
But I do think that it's a league that catches up with you. And I do think between, being a run game guy and then coming back at the end of the year and being like, Should have ran it more. Which
Yeah.
I get it. Again, we've said this with those two receivers, it's a drug. Like I would want to give those guys the ball a lot too.
That's the best way I've ever heard it put.
It's a drug, dude. Like Solana. And that's not only a drug, it's like we were introduced to drugs last year because like we've mentioned the offenses we've seen. So to see Waddle and Tyreek do what they did,
we were fed mids for years.
Yeah. Oh wow, you're bringing up a weed reference. Okay.
No,
all right. I'm riding.
Yeah, I mean,
You got the
were
little
fed-
Kelly hybrid.
You were fed mids for years, and then in week 2 last year, all of a sudden, you're at the Vegas dispensary and you're getting the absolute most potent stuff of all time, and that is addicting when you're watching that.
it was good. It was good, dude. It was good. But he clearly also showed there's growing that has to happen by, and a lot of it I think we saw from this matchup last year. That was I think where we kind of realized
it was the blueprint of the problem that this organization's going to have and going to continue to have. And the question is, can they fix it? Obviously, the defense, you had to overhaul that. You fix that. Hopefully. And now the offense. They never fixed the problem. Nobody ever talks about that because they backed into the playoffs, beating the Jets. What was it?
11-6.
11-6. And then they had, a little spirited effort against Buffalo. Didn't win the game. I don't even put much stock into it because it was like Buffalo was playing with their food. And eventually they're like, all right, let's finish you off. But I don't think they ever fixed their problems offensively.
we'll dive more into it because I think there's a lot to bite on there about what did they invest in on that going into this year. But we gotta take a break. Game Day Uncensored rolls on after this.
You're listening to the exclusive home of Miami Hurricanes.
AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by South Florida Lexus dealers, Tito's Handmade Vodka, Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac, JM Lexus, and Williamson Automotive.
Oh, baby. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Game Day Uncensored here on 560 WQAM. Streaming live. If you guys want to watch the show, Miami 560 WQAM. You guys can check that out on YouTube and Twitch. We'll take some of your comments there and questions there. All you got to do is enter the chat, and then boom, you guys can reach us also on the text line 305-567-0560. Perking up, Solana. What do you got? You got something good from the text line? Or what's got your intrigue?
A little video here. Tua has entered SoFi Stadium, and he's rocking the throwback look. He's got on the vintage Miami Dolphins like bomber jacket. He's got on a little vintage Miami Dolphins T-shirt underneath.
You selling merchandise?
I'm just saying, man. Looks good.
He got you. Oh, he looked like Luke. Well, okay, all right, I see it.
I'm more interested in this.
Oh, I'm
more interested in this
look at
Jalen Phillips.
He's got his sneakers roll. He's got his pants leg rolled up too.
I like that look, Omar.
The Jalen Phillips sweater vest.
Oh,
showing the guns.
Yeah,
that's something right there.
I guess I could put this up to the camera for
sweater vest. Jalen Phillips. Okay, I mean they're very fashionable young men.
Yep.
I will.
Well, when you have money, Omar, right? You got money.
You got to have the look to impress.
Yeah.
You got to have the look to impress. A lot of games right now on the 1 o'clock slate are in halftime. Deshaun Watson getting on the board for Cleveland, the Cleveland QB with a touchdown run.
Is he? Can he get back into elite status? Not morally, obviously, but just as far as his play on the field. Like we talk about Burrow, we talk about Mahomes, we talk about all the Lamar Jackson, Tua, all these quarterbacks in the AFC, and everybody throws in Deshaun Watson. Can he get back to that level of being, a top 5 quarterback in the NFL?
Man, I don't know. It's just the thing with him is it was so much time away from the game to like plug that back in and just think you can just soup it back up. And also just having all the other stuff of people, you go from beloved to hated.
Yeah.
You go from getting out of the situation where everybody was kind of blaming the franchise to mad at you, and you have this big, huge contract on top of it. And, you want to talk about franchises that just seem to have stuff melt down.
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland, I mean, is the gold medalist.
But do you lose talent, Omar? Like, you're away from the game, sure, but he wasn't injured. He didn't have some sort of career-altering injury. He just didn't play for 2 seasons. He's in a decent situation. Like that roster's good. Not amazing, but it's good. Defensively, they have some dogs there too. Like, do you lose talent if you're Deshaun Watson?
I think the challenge has been grasping and gaining comfort in that offense, especially with coaches who began working with you 10 games into the season. And yeah, you were there for training camp, but really their focus is on the guys who have to play.
Right.
So I can't tell you whether Deshaun Watson is still good or not. I think this is an unprecedented situation, which we've never seen.
Yeah. For a guy to be that good and then just not play football when it's not injury related, it's a very, very strange thing, because you're obviously going to go back to him and you're going to expect a lot out of him. I don't know how many other people you could relate that situation to. Meanwhile, back here locally, Miami Dolphins getting ready for the Chargers. We were talking a little bit last segment, Omar, about did they address some of the issues, especially on offense for this team. And I'm curious, do you feel like the Dolphins went with this offense and bought a little bit too much into of, well, we just didn't have Tua, and that's going to fix everything? And that's why maybe some of the issues that you're concerned about weren't addressed in the offseason.
Are you saying, do I feel like the fan base feels that way, or the coaching staff feels
the franchise? I guess the way they approached this offseason, because they didn't really, with the run game, we know that, I guess they dabbled in it. They flirted with it, with going to get somebody. They were in the rumors for everybody, but they never pulled the trigger on it.
Correct.
No, listen, Irsay seemed like a crazy person. I don't know if I would have. I'm almost mad at him for asking for Jalen Waddle. I still hold that he's nuts. But they always came back to, they had their price. They never went over to go get the elite guy in the backfield, even though they clearly seemed like they want an upgrade there.
They do want an upgrade, and even if you look at the season opening game, they've known about Jeff Wilson's injury for 3 weeks into the preseason, Jeff Wilson never took a snap in the preseason. There's a reason why. He had that rib injury and he had a thumb issue. So clearly and right now you're looking at it where there's a possibility that an undrafted rookie could be the number 2 running back on this team right now. And I can't justify and tell you why he shouldn't be, because he's the person that complements Raheem Mostert the best. His size, his physicality, and what I'm speaking about Chris Brooks, the undrafted rookie from BYU. Can't argue the fact that he shouldn't be the number 2. Raheem Mostert certainly deserves the opportunity to be the starter. Savon Ahmed deserves the opportunity to get the backup reps, but the player who you need the most is Chris Brooks, and that's why he's probably going to be active over Devon Achane when the injury report comes out in the coming minutes.
Yeah, because it's pretty wild. Like we were so tied into the idea of they were going to make a trade or they were going to make a move. But yeah, the Jeff Wilson thing kind of slipped under the radar all preseason. Like they were just like, oh, guess what? IR going to be missing the first 4 games at least.
Yeah, that was a little bit surprised. We knew he was banged up. We knew he was nicked up, and it's a rib injury. And his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, basically said that he's probably going to only be out for the first 4 games, giving the ribs time to heal, giving the finger time to heal. So I'm not too worried about it. But keep this in perspective. Those 2 backs, accounting for what Jeff Wilson did with the 49ers before he came here, they averaged 170 rushing yards a game. No, I'm sorry. They averaged 1,700 rushing yards. That's pretty damn good. 1,700 rushing yards from 2 backs is pretty damn good.
It is good, but it's like it's one of those things that I just looked at and been like, yeah, I knew McDaniel liked his guy. Wait, what do you mean his guy's going to be gone for a month? What do you mean that Jeff Wilson's just not going to be there?
It's part of the NFL life, man.
I know, but I just felt like I was prepared for Ramsey. I was prepared even for Armstead. I wasn't prepared not to have Jeff Wilson. I wasn't prepared to go into this and saying like, oh, we're gonna have a backfield with Mostert and Ahmed. And yeah, Ahmed was awesome, but still, I was not expecting this.
I'm telling you, this is going to be an opportunity for these young players to just step up and show out. And I really expect Savon Ahmed to really have a good game. And this is his time. Remember, he played and started as a rookie for that bad, Brian Flores team. And you were like, oh, okay, there's something there. We spent 2 years investing in it. This is his second year knowing this offense. He showed you what he could do in that Buffalo playoff game. And now it's about picking up where he left off. And this is his opportunity because, he didn't sign for big money. He got what he could get, and he came back, and he stayed with the offense that he knew. This is his chance to show you that, hey, I'm a legit player.
Yeah, and I like that. And I think in preseason, he showed us he deserves to be on the roster because I had written him off.
Yeah,
he's not going to be out Myles Gaskin, right? It didn't make sense. No. And guess what? He was easily the guy that deserved it. But this is why I think the Dolphins are going to struggle today. I mean, think of all the injuries that we're talking about, right? And I'm with you. It is a good opportunity for guys like Ahmed and some of the younger guys, Chris Brooks, we can go down the line to show that, hey, there's a reason why they're on this 53. But it's also not a good situation to be in on the road against a team that beat you last year and against a very good overall team as well, with a lot of star power also. It's not a good position to be in. I'm not saying the Dolphins can't win and they can't overcome it, and some of these guys can't have breakout games, but we talk about health, we talk about durability, and already week 1, you're starting in a hole in that aspect.
We'll take a quick break here on Game Day Uncensored as the Miami Dolphins. The one thing I would say, they get to go into this. None of the divisional rivals have started up yet. The Patriots will be in the 4:00 slate with them. And then, of course, we got Monday Night Football with the Bills and Jets tomorrow. But we got to talk about the Dolphins and their perspectives of winning this division. That is where it all kind of starts off. This is a division everybody is very excited to see. A lot of changes to this division, and especially with the New York Jets. So we will get into that as Game Day Uncensored rolls on after this.
Hey, want to see the ugly mugs that go
on WQAM Miami, WPOW HD2 Miami, WKIS HD2 Boca Raton, and Odyssey Station.
It's another Game Day Uncensored.
Ramp it up time. Get ready. It's all for real. We've been waiting more than 6 months for this. Through winter, the 4th of July, and a long, hot, sweltering summer.
I think all the guys on our team are really excited to be able to get back out on the field.
The Miami football team is in game mode today. And we'll get you in game mode today, too.
This game has a life of its own, and this matchup's going to be a lot different than the last one.
Tobin, Solana, and Omar telling it like it is, like it really is. Game Day Uncensored. The pregame show for real Miami football fans.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
On AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Game Day Uncensored is sponsored by South Florida Lexus Dealers. Experience amazing by Tito's Handmade Vodka. Tito's Handmade Vodka on game day. Pour me in, coach. Ed Morse Sawgrass Buick GMC is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins. Remember, you're always backed by Morse. By JM Lexus. At JM Lexus, you'll always get the home team advantage. And by Williamson Automotive. Williamson is Miami.
Welcome back in, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored, final hour plus of the program as we are leading up to the Dolphins' first game of the season against the Los Angeles Chargers, and it is a hell of a matchup to get things going underway. Tobin here with you alongside Omar Kelly and Alejandro Solana, and it's been a pleasure being with you guys here the first 3 hours, getting this thing through. It has been flying by. Football will be here before you know it. Appreciate everybody who is checking us out on YouTube and Twitch, Miami 560. WQAM.
What do you mean football will be here? It's already here.
No, I know, but our football.
For us.
Our football.
Okay.
Dude.
All right.
But I got to tell you, that Christian McCaffrey touchdown run during the break.
That was a beauty.
Woo! 49ers are putting it on the Steelers. Steelers had a little momentum going into halftime. They finally got on the board, and Christian McCaffrey said, no.
Man, the Steelers had such a good preseason, and everybody got all excited. Purdy, not Purdy, but Pickett only incompleted 2 passes all preseason, and then here you go getting waxed 28-7.
Waxed, dude. That was woo. 60 was it 65
listen,
yards, Solana?
65, yeah. 65.
Listen, there is a different, and this is why I don't understand how these fantasy football, no offense, Solana, how this fantasy football generation of kids don't realize the value and the beauty of the run game and how you can physically just pound somebody into submission. And if you play that style because you're unique, teams can't handle it. Their defenses don't want to play running teams.
That had to be such a demoralizing one, too, because McCaffrey was caught up, spin move out, and then they just had his receivers in front of him.
Oh, that was a wide zone scheme, and he had one guy to miss. He had one guy. The wide zone scheme, they had him outnumbered. It was probably and literally he had one guy to beat, and it would have been to the house, and he spun around that guy.
Demoralizing is you have 1 yard through a quarter and 12 minutes. Then right before the half, you're down 20-0. You go down, nice little drive, 12 plays, 95 yards in a minute 25, and you score. Going into halftime, you're like, all right, let's get a stop. We score again, and we're right back in this game, right? Oh, what do they give up? First drive, 58 seconds, 2 plays, 75 yards, touchdown, Christian McCaffrey.
Terrible. Let's get to our lineups here, which are brought to us by JM Lexus. When it comes to loyal fans, it's JM Lexus with a 4.8 Google rating and over 13,000 reviews. JM Lexus, West Sample Road and Margate. The inactives have just come out. Omar, our list here of the Dolphins who are out for today. No Skylar Thompson. He is inactive,
but will be the third emergency quarterback.
Right. You're allowed to have that rule now. Cedric Wilson, wide receiver, inactive. Elijah Campbell, he is inactive. Devon A. Chain, that report came out today. That is confirmed. He is inactive. Teron Armstead, we knew that this week coming in. He is inactive. And undrafted rookie tight end Julian Hill, he is inactive. What do you make of this list, Omar? Anything that is interesting to you or stands out?
The one thing that stands out is Brandon Jones. I wasn't sure that he was going to be cleared to play, and He is indeed cleared to play. I'm curious to see if he starts. He's supposed to be the safety that starts opposite Javon Holland. It was his job. I'm not sure that I feel comfortable enough putting him out there. Maybe he's just a special teams performer today. I also found it very interesting that Tyler Croft is going to be the number 2 tight end, but that's not tremendously surprising considering it's an undrafted rookie in Julian Hill that's out there. Even though I like Julian Hill, I just don't know if he's ready to play, but that leaves you wondering how good is your tight end position. But somebody told me the yardage for Durham Smythe is 14.5. And obviously they're talking betting.
Over under for the year.
And I'm like, oh, take that. No, 14.5 for the game.
For the game?
Yeah.
That's nothing.
Yeah, take that. Take that. That's 2 checkdowns.
That's nothing. Durham Smythe, I don't be surprised if Durham Smythe catches the first touchdown. You know, he's like right there. Durham Smythe, you never know when you
sneaky.
Yeah, you just never know. Like there he is, Durham Smythe.
Or even rushing the first touchdown. Yeah, if it's like 3rd and 1 on the goal line. They'll hike it right to Durham Smythe. He'll go right in.
No.
Yeah, they did it last year.
They did on that package with Durham Smythe.
Yeah, they did it last year. Instead of having Tua risk his health on these short conversions, just hike it to your 6'6", 300 tight end.
I'd rather hike it to Christian Wilkins. Goddamn. Listen, it's 14.5 yards. Take that. It's. I have no idea how the game's going to play out. Neither does anybody else. But yeah, if you're playing a pressing cloud coverage team, yeah, your tight ends are going to be active heavy.
This is going to be an interesting one too with seeing this kind of wide receiver course. We obviously know who the main guys are. We know the studs with Tyreek and with Jalen
drugs.
The drugs. I don't know if they want to be referred to as that, but let me just say it's a compliment. But some of the other guys like Trent Sherfield's not here this year. We got Braxton Berrios here now. Eric Ezukama, who did not, I think, excited everybody in the preseason last year. Now this is year 2, knowing the system. Do you think we might see a little bit more of him now that Cedric Wilson's not on the active roster?
Absolutely. I don't think it's just going to be a Braxton Berrios situation as a number 3. Primarily because Tyreek is kind of your slot receiver. Do you really call that? He is your slot receiver. So you need the guy who's going to go outside. And I'm not sure that's Braxton Berrios. I just don't think that plays to his skill set.
But with Tyreek and Waddle both being able to just fly up the seams, right? And so much attention, especially that deep cover.
Yeah.
Having to pay attention to just Tyreek because Tua kind of showed us he can make those throws. Isn't that going to open up a ton for Braxton Berrios? I'm looking at him to have a big season. Like I know you make fun of me for the fantasy stuff, but I thought he was a decent pick. I don't think he's going to get that many targets.
Yeah.
But when he does get targeted, I think there's going to be space for him to make plays.
Absolutely. You're going to run clean out plays and everybody go downfield and he's eating underneath on option routes. So yeah, I think he's going to have he's going to have a career year in my opinion. If he can stay healthy. And I've looked at people got to understand, I look at bodies for a living. Braxton Berrios has 10 abs.
10 abs?
10 abs.
10.
Wow, a 10-pack?
There's a 10-pack there.
Crazy, man.
I'm like, props to this young man. That's why he's dating nothing but, Instagram models.
Yeah, another one's handsome. Handsome fella.
Good for him, man.
He's out here eating on these streets.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Probably second most handsome guy on the team, Zach Sealer. Sneaky handsome. Dreamy eyes.
Zach Sealer.
I'm telling you, dude, the next time he does a press conference, you're hypnotized by those eyes, dude.
Look into his eyes.
Look into Zach Sealer's eyes and tell me you're not hypnotized. I'm telling you. It's a little bit of an unconventional look because he's a mountain man or an Everglades man, whatever the hell. I don't know. He's a rich man now. But telling you, dreamy eyes, hypnotized.
The Flanagan do it for you?
Yeah, dude. I don't know. It's just something about him. Something about Zach Sealer. Sealer and on up. I can't wait to do that during the game. It's my favorite thing. Just shouting it at the television.
Yeah, that is your thing.
Yeah, whenever he gets a big run stop.
And he liked it too.
Oh, he did.
He liked it.
He did.
He liked it.
I don't know if he's ever. I mean, he doesn't need the money anymore, so doesn't need to make a Sealer on a product because he's got 20 million guaranteed. So he's all right. But yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for the first Zach Sealer run stop.
Cedric Wilson, you bring him up. Should we feel any sort of way about him being inactive today?
Nah, they shook him down. They took his money away.
All right.
Don't worry about him.
Okay.
They cut out that contract last year, killed $2 million off it. Yeah, he's here.
They did what they could do.
Yeah.
And so go put your pads down.
No more
and
punt returns.
Yeah. Thank God, no more punt returns.
No more punt returns.
I mean, he's okay. He's a salvageable wide receiver, but if something happened to either one of your top two guys, Robbie Chosen coming off that practice squad real quick.
Oh yeah, I would say so for sure. But for today, the Dolphins, there you go. No huge surprises out there, but yeah, Cedric Wilson is inactive.
Same for the Chargers, by the way. No, I have their inactives here. Diane Henley, linebacker, wears number 0, so he's not playing this year. AJ Finley, safety, backup. Isaiah Spiller, running back, backup as well. Brandon James, Christopher Hinton, Chris Rump. So no surprises on either side today.
There you go. That is your inactives, actives for this game. We take a quick break. Look onto the long view of this season as the Miami Dolphins, of course, heavy expectations and a very interesting AFC East. Game Day Uncensored rolls on after this.
Listen to Messi and Inter Miami games here.
The whistle sound.
M560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by South Florida Lexus dealers, Tito's Handmade Vodka, Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac, JM Lexus, and Williamson Automotive.
Welcome back in, everybody, to Game Day Uncensored. Tobin with you alongside Omar Kelly and Alejandro Solana. We are taking you up until kickoff. Miami Dolphins starting up their season. Right now, we are in the midst of week 1 of the NFL season. Browns right now up on the Bengals. Bengals just missed a field goal. Joe Burrow. No touchdowns yet with your big bust of a deal. You signed that much money, can't even give me a touchdown in 3 quarters, Joe Burrow.
A little embarrassing for him, no?
A little embarrassing. That's what I'm saying, dude. You go out there. I mean, I know he didn't come into the season banged up. Probably shouldn't be playing right now, to be honest with you. Rushing him out there.
Yeah, but I've been talking about, the AFC elite. Oh, can the Dolphins become the Bengals? Can they become the Chiefs? And the Chiefs lose to Man Campbell and the Lions. Then now Joe Burrow, as you would say, comes out here and kind of putting up a dud in week 1.
Right now, Baker Mayfield and his Buccaneers.
Listen, why are you guys counting that man's money? You're just
bothered. Joe Burrow?
Yeah, like you bothered that he's the highest.
No, I'm not bothered. I just think it's you sign that deal. Give me a touchdown in 3 quarters. Let's go, dude. 1.
See, that's the problem with today's
1
generation.
touchdown.
You're always counting everybody else's money.
Well, hold on a second. You're the highest paid player in the history of America's most prominent sport.
All right.
And you come out your first game since signing that check, and
it's raining, bro.
You're playing Cleveland. Like you're playing Kansas City.
It does look nasty. It does look nasty in Cleveland. It does look nasty.
It's like an in-state rivalry thing. It's like Florida State, Miami.
I don't think he's beaten the Browns yet either. Has he?
Yeah, I don't think he has beaten the Browns.
I don't think he has. He's got it. There's kryptonite. The Browns.
You know who would have a touchdown already? You bring up Miami FSU. Tyler Van Dyke. He'd have 3 dimes already in
Tyler
that
Van
game.
Dyke looked good yesterday. I was so happy about this. I'm like, I haven't seen. Where was this TVD been?
It's that line, baby. Get yourself a line. And you give yourself a chance. I've been preaching this to Dolphin fans for about 2 decades now.
Dude, I don't want to get too into the Canes because I was very excited. I'm resisting urge to feel froggy, but I enjoyed yesterday's game a lot.
Did you utter back?
No, I didn't
at all.
No,
I didn't do it. Okay,
but
let's get relevant before we get back.
It felt good. It felt good to put it on Jimbo. It really did. It really did. All right, so the Dolphins coming into this season, Omar, AFC East odds wise. The Dolphins have they are looked upon as the 3rd most likely team to win the AFC East. All right. Bills right now the favorite, plus 120. Not a surprise. The Jets, after getting Aaron Rodgers, vaulted the Dolphins. They're about plus 270. Dolphins right behind them at plus 300. Patriots long shot at plus 800 coming into this season. What do you think are the keys? What do you think are your most likely things that need to happen if this Dolphins team is going to win their first division title in, what are we talking now, 15 years?
Since 2008.
First,
on top of everything, it's you got to stay healthy. You got to have a healthy season. And that just doesn't go for the Dolphins, but injuries can factor into the other team. I mean, imagine the Jets without Aaron Rodgers. Whew. I mean, you're a 40-year-old quarterback. One hit. I know it's Aaron Rodgers, and you're on this reclamation project, and you're the media darling of Hard Knocks, and goodness gracious, that man's made himself a lot of money post career during that Hard Knocks, which was basically a diary, Aaron Rodgers diary.
It was a lot of him.
It was a lot of him, and I loved every second of it. So I was like, let me not even deny. He hypnotized me. I fell in love. But you got to stay healthy. And right now, honestly, the Dolphins aren't off to a good start from that standpoint.
Nope.
Jeff Wilson, Teron Armstead,
Jalen Ramsey.
Jalen Ramsey. That I always forget about Jalen Ramsey. I don't even factor him in.
I know, isn't that crazy? Because it was such a big deal in this offseason.
And you know what? I will say this. I've been watching him walking around in the locker room, and he's getting close. And it's weird to say that because I'm not one of those believers that like people can be ridiculously ahead of their timetable for rehab and recovery, but he's getting close. And I'm curious to see when he's going to be out there running and cutting. Because when you're running and cutting, you're a month away. So stay tuned. I'll keep my eyes posted. But yeah, he looks like he's getting close. But you got to keep it healthy. Then I can't preach this enough. Run the damn ball. I know you're obsessed with these wide receivers you got and all the speed, and it's sexy and it's fantasy football friendly. But if you can consistently run the ball for 120 yards per game and keeping teams off balance and make them pick their poison, you will have a dynamic offense, and you will also own time of possession, which will benefit your defense. So run the ball. Then it comes down to what Vic Fangio brings from a defensive standpoint. Turnovers, produce turnovers. Everywhere Vic Fangio's been, he's delivered turnovers. And I can tell you, I am excited. This is one of the main reasons I'm excited to watch this game, because I've watched Vic Fangio's defense in practice, and it looked completely different than Vic Fangio's defense in the exhibition season. You got vanilla cone with no toppings. And
not even like a waffle cone with a little something on the waffle cone.
No, no sprinkles on the waffle cone, no chocolate on the waffle cone.
Wow.
You got a vanilla cone from McDonald's, and I am so excited to see what he does with Javon Holland, because I've watched Javon Holland in practice, and we're an hour from the game. If you're listening to the show, you're probably that guy is covering the slot. That guy's out there covering the boundary, and the safeties are blitz. I mean, the cornerbacks are blitzing. That guy is like, you'd have no idea what Javon Holland is going to do pre-snap, and it's going to confuse these quarterbacks to the point where they're going to be making mistakes.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
What's that?
Little duck on duck crime. You know?
Yeah.
He'll get his boy Justin Herbert. He doesn't know what's going to hit him. Got
call.
the book on him.
Good call.
Yeah. Justin Herbert, you made me remember Javon Holland's comments on him, which were phenomenal. And he basically was like, when did you know that guy was for real? When he was beating us all on the line, running wind sprints. And I was like, oh, a quarterback doing that? Oh, okay. All right. But yeah, I'm excited to see Vic Fangio's defense, and it's a defense that's built around forcing and creating turnovers. You already know who Xavier Howard is. I'm curious to see if he shadows. Even if he did shadow, I don't really think I want him shadowing Mike Williams. Whoever's defending Mike Williams, you're kind of going to take an L, because that size. But I do want Xavier in the position to get the ball. So if Mike Williams is a top target, yeah. And Xavier doesn't like going inside to nickel, so we know that's Cater's job. And Cater has the toughest matchup of this game against Keenan Allen. And you're a fantasy player. Please name me a better slot receiver than Keenan Allen.
Well, the problem is Keenan Allen's never healthy.
Yeah. He's healthy right now.
He is right now. He is today, but that could change after the first play with Keenan Allen's history record in terms of injury. Like, the dude is never healthy, but great slot receiver.
Yes.
Really came to it. What about you, Solana? If you have to give you key things for the Dolphins to win the AFC East this year, what do you got?
So here's the thing. I knew health. I mean, you
took health out of it.
I took health out of it because I knew Omar was going to say that, and we know
unspoken. We know health is important.
Tua has to say health.
Hey, what? You know what? Health's important.
I didn't even mention Tua. I just said health.
And I knew Omar was going to talk about the run game, because what I've learned now, this is our fourth show, is that Omar is very high on running the football, especially in December and January. And, and you know what? You've sold me on this idea that you have to be able to run the football. It makes all the sense in the world. So I didn't include those two, even though those are probably the two biggest factors. I'm going to start with eliminating dumb penalties, specifically pre-snap penalties.
Love it.
That's a good one.
That drove me nuts last year. And as Tobin, you mentioned earlier, you chalk it up to rookie head coach implementing a new system, a tough system to learn, by the way. So fine. But guess what? Year two, 90% of your personnel back. I want to see that crap. Like, that can't happen, especially week one. That can't happen. By the way, I know the Dolphins converted a bunch of big plays last year, especially on third down. Guess what's better than converting on third and long? Converting on third and short. So miss me with all that nonsense. Second is winning the turnover battle. You're right. But I want to see interceptions. They swing momentum. 2 years ago, when the Dolphins jumped out to that big start, it was all Xavier Howard picks, putting the offense in good situations. And as much as I want to see 75 yards from Tyreek, I'm good with Jalen Waddle's slants in the end zone for 12 yards because your defense set you up there. And my final one here, don't laugh. Jason Sanders can't be a bum.
Wow, that is a good one.
But here's why.
Fat cat.
Last year, I did the research yesterday. Last year, the Dolphins played 18 games, right? 17 regular season, 1 in the playoffs. 12 of those 18 games were one-score games. The Dolphins are going to play close games this year. They're not going to blow many teams out, even though I hope they will. But I don't expect them to. And you need your kicker to be reliable, especially in the late months. And he hasn't been. He's been a roller coaster. I don't want Sanders to be a bum this year. If he can be consistent, I think the Dolphins are going to be in games. I think he can win us a lot of games this year.
Wow, those are good, dude. I like that. All right. I have for mine. First one, Jalen Phillips, Bradley Chubb, dozen sacks each. Need it. Need it, dude.
Let's go.
You make a ton of money, Bradley Chubb. You have your guy, Vic Fangio here. Jalen Phillips. Oh, my God. A lot of hype on Jalen Phillips.
Yep.
I like it. However, I'm going to need to see it. None of this last end of the season nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
You looked at Trevor's Eagles last year. What a menace they were on the pass rush last year. But with the 85 Bears, I'm not asking when you guys. You don't need to be the league leaders as far as but I need you to specifically. All this stuff. What the hell do they call themselves this year? The big dogs.
The big dogs.
Okay, big dogs. Listen, it's time to run the junkyard over here. Okay. None of this nonsense. Oh, I was getting used to it. I had to drive. It was tough. We all have ways. Okay. No more excuses. All right. I want to see these guys wreak havoc on the quarterback. I want them to be feared, Omar. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to this defense. I don't want them to just be like, oh, yeah, they could be something. Be something.
Okay. You got more? You got more?
Yeah, I do. You guys are saying run the football and all that stuff and bounce offense. I say Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, do better than last year.
Oh, okay. Do better than last year. Better than 3,000 yards.
Yeah,
Okay.
do better than last year.
Better than 3,000 yards.
Don't listen to these people who are out here being like run game bound. No. What you guys did last year was good. Do it better. That's what I would like for these guys. Go out there and do it better because, quite frankly, it was the best part of last season. I loved watching those guys. I love Tyreek Hill. I love that he can just take a football, bat it. He makes touchdowns happen. I love Jalen Waddle. I love doing the Jalen Waddle. I love doing the Waddle celebration. And quite frankly, you know what? This guy's he's going to have the baton from Tyreek Hill whenever that run comes to an end.
Yeah.
You go out there, you show everybody. Listen, I'm no bridesmaid to anybody. You don't go out there and say, "Oh, yeah, you're cute." Who was it? The other guy? Oh, McAfee. McAfee was out here the other day, and he was like, "Oh, the Dolphins asking for a number 2 wide receiver from the Dolphins. That's not crazy." Can you believe the disrespect that he put on your name? This is one of the biggest NFL personalities out there, Jalen Waddle. Could you believe the disrespect that he put on you just to say, "Oh, he's a number 2 receiver"? I thought it was insulting, Omar, that Irsay would even ask for him.
Their best player for a number 2 receiver. I think that's fair.
Not when you don't want to pay your best player.
Yeah.
He's not valuable enough.
No, he's not a number 2 receiver. They have 2 number 1s. They do. They just happen to have the best and then a number 1.
Boom.
That's what they have. That's what they have. It's true. It's true. I'm not going to sit here and have him talked about like he's some complimentary piece. Now, that being said,
he is a complimentary piece. So.
That being said, Jalen Waddle, you stunk in this game last year against the Chargers. I don't know what happened to you on this West Coast trip, but I need him today. All right. You need to make things right from what happened in that game. Has to happen.
Coming off the torso injury.
Oh, listen, you were in bubble wrap the entire preseason. You got to basically go in preseason. You got it off. Okay. Vacation mode is over, Penguin. You need to go out there. You need to make things happen. All right. That's what I'm talking about. And then my final piece. Christian Wilkins. You need to make Chris Greer regret this, dude. You need to make him regret them making you they cheaped you, dude. Cheapskates. They're talking about highest paid running back here. They gave Bradley Chubb all this money. They gave Tyreek Hill all this money. You make them regret it, Christian Wilkins. You make them regret it. Well, yeah, that's an unfortunate thing. But you know what? Make them really have to think about that tag and think that they got to move on. That would be my piece. Those guys, mostly defense, but also wide receivers be better.
What's the bar for Christian Wilkins? Are we ready to put a sack number on it?
He needs to lead the league in havoc.
Okay. That's what, 25 disruptive plays?
Yeah, I don't know what like the stat is, but like let's just call it havoc. I want him to lead the league in that.
Tackles for loss, forced fumbles,
Yeah, dude.
fumble recoveries,
Havoc.
tips on third downs.
You are putting it
sacks.
all under the umbrella. I like what you're thinking.
Quarterback pressures. All right.
How many testicles grabbed at some point? Right.
Yeah. I mean, there will be a testicle grab.
Havoc, dude. That's what he's got to lead the league in. Havoc. So that's it. Those are our keys.
I like that.
I do.
I like that.
I feel you got really creative. I felt like mine were kind of basic because
Well, look, I was going
next time
last.
I'm going to surprise you guys. Next time
Okay.
I'm
I
left
went last. Like you guys took a lot of the good ones. I mean, Fangs was number 1 on my list, to be honest with you. But
Okay.
I had to, there's Fangs. I crossed that off. Nobody did Tua, by the way, which was,
Yeah. Well, I don't think
it's unspoken. We all need him to be awesome again.
But I don't think any of us are denying that he's going to be awesome as long as he's
healthy.
Yes, we
suited
know
up.
number 1 is make sure that his head
man.
doesn't get rocked and that he gets to play football.
You see him do those jujitsu rolls. You see it. You see it.
I think it was all covered under health, but I think if he's out there, I think he's going to be good. I can't see a scenario where Tua goes out there and sucks. I just can't.
Nah, that ain't gonna happen.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think the guy's good.
But
I don't have any worries about that.
Offensive line, though, can because you were talking so much about timing and all that can be disrupted without Teron Armstead, correct? So the timing could be a little off today, besides week 1 jitters or whatever, just based on Kendall Lamb.
Dude, do not come at me with week 1 jitters. I don't want to hear it.
Tobin, week 1 jitters.
jitters.
That's a thing.
Week one jitters are legit.
That's
They're
a
real.
thing.
In LA.
I mean,
it's going to be 50% Dolphin fans there.
It will be 50% Dolphin.
Maybe more.
I shout out to 40%. Shout out to the West Coast Dolphin fans. I don't even know if you guys are listening, but the West Coast Dolphin fans, my favorite batch of Dolphin fans, baby.
Oh.
They own, if the Dolphins go on the West Coast, they're there and they own 40% of that stadium.
Crazy.
It is crazy.
You know what I heard was Omar's second favorite batch? The people who are going to text us some questions over in on the YouTube chat right now. All right. So get on in there. We will get to some of your questions, comments leading into this week 1 game. We are going down towards kickoff. Game Day Uncensored. Back after this.
Breaking news from AM 560 Sports.
Uncensored. On AM 560 Sports, WQAM. FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by South Florida Lexus dealers, Tito's Handmade Vodka, Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac, JM Lexus, and Williamson Automotive.
With the 18th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Phillips, defensive end, Miami.
Jalen Phillips has been a monster in the pass rush, multiple stacks. He's definitely been on either Miami quarterbacks when they're practicing intra-squad or the Texans and the Falcons these past 2 weeks in joint practices.
You know, I just think that my confidence as a pass rusher was increased a lot. You know, obviously every down, but especially as a pass rusher. You know, I've been putting in the work for the last 3 years, and for it to, you know, show a little bit, it means a lot to me.
I think Jalen Phillips is going to the Pro Bowl. I saw him recently at Jason Taylor's charity event, and the dude put on 10 pounds of muscle. Like, he is a physical beast.
Man, we just want to be disruptive as possible. We call ourselves the big dog, so big dogs got to eat.
I want to see this front. I just have a feeling Jalen Phillips is about to become a star. Is he the guy that's making Justin Herbert's life miserable in week one? I want to see him getting after the quarterback.
I mean, I feel mentally ready to go for sure. You know, I'm still working on my conditioning. Obviously, you know, I run the ball a lot, but I'm ready to go whenever, man. Like you said, you can step out on the field, first regular season game, I'll be ready to go.
Oh, Goosey's galore on the montage work there, Solana. Well done, as we are getting closer and closer to the Dolphins' first game of the season. Game Day Uncensored here with you on 560 WQAM, streaming live on YouTube and Twitch. We will get to some questions here in just a second. I do want to give an update. Trevor alerting this to me during the break. But Ravens running back J.K. Dobbins, according to Ian Rappaport, he tweets out that Ravens running back J.K. Dobbins is feared to have suffered a torn Achilles.
Right,
he'll have
in
an
the contract
MRI.
year.
Yeah, he'll have an MRI to confirm. But that is obvious if he's had knee issues the last couple of seasons. So that is a huge blow early on in the season for the Ravens.
They've had the worst luck with remember Gus Edwards tore his ACL up. Also, I think 2 years ago wasn't healthy. Like, they've had the worst luck with running backs in Baltimore for the past couple of years.
This is why you get your money. Going into your contract year. This is
man.
why you get your money.
Yeah, that's brutal, man. That is brutal. We are streaming live on YouTube, Miami 560 WQM, and on Twitch. A couple questions that have come in here, Omar. We have the question from Evan. He wants to know, what is the over-under of Finn's rushing yards for a win? How many do they have to rush for today, in your mind, to beat the Chargers?
I think if they're consistently balanced and rush for, let's say, 110 yards, they shall be good. They will. It's about efficiency, not necessarily the total number. And can you run when you need to run? 3rd and 2. Can you run the ball to convert the first down? Red zone runs. Can you run the ball to punch it in? And 4-minute drill. When you have the lead, can you run the ball to kill the clock? Those are things that successful teams can do, no matter what the circumstances, and it leads to victories.
Is that another interception by Dan Pickett? This guy with his baby hands is going out there.
I told you.
Oh, a pitch.
Listen. Kenny Pickett's ain't it, and I'm sorry that somebody sold you that he was good, but like, I watched him last year. He ain't it.
Although I will say, 49ers seem really good too. So maybe he's just getting lit up by that team right now. But 49ers are up 27-7 on the Steelers. They were at one point out gaining them 223 yards to 1. They now have the football in great field position yet again. And Christian McCaffrey is just busting it up the gut on them. So there you go. That's going on. The Ravens, even with the J.K. Dobbins injury, by the way, they're up 22-9 on the Texans right now. Commanders, they're up by 1 on the Cardinals right now. That was like a touchdown spread coming into this one. Commanders are up 17-16 on Arizona right now, and Arizona, they don't want to win anyway. They're trying to get the Heisman. They're trying to get the Caleb Williams at all costs. Buccaneers and Vikings. I did make fun that this was our local game this week, but it's actually been pretty compelling. 17 apiece right there. Bucks and Vikings. You have, I think, probably one of the surprises right now is the Colts are up on the Jaguars 21-17. There's about
Jaguars
9 minutes
frauds?
left. Possible. I listen. It's possible. It's possible. Also, a little surprising because they've usually had the Colts number, but Anthony Richardson off to a nice little start, and the Browns commanding lead right now. Solana 24-3 on Joe Burrow.
That game's Dunzo.
Nick Chubb right now, he has 18 carries for 106 yards. That guy's good.
Yeah,
he's good.
Chris asks, how much can pre-snap motion and RPOs help ease the effects of not having Teron Armstead? Woo, I don't think anything eases the effects of not having Teron Armstead. No disrespect to Kendall Lamb, who has got a great story, 30 NFL starts, an 8-year veteran, one of the oldest players on the team, has had a great camp, but he's going to be going up against some dogs today.
It's a hell of a first test.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a first test for him.
I would have been way more confident if he was going up against Jacksonville's defensive lineman.
You're not wrong. I mean, like, you're coming into this, and I think that that goes to what they have learned from last year, because it wasn't, Tua wasn't running for his life in that game. I think that's the thing that was interesting about that matchup last year. But
yeah, Bosa wasn't playing though.
Bosa wasn't playing, and then so you have that added element to this on top of the fact that they already kind of out-toughed you last year with how they played on defense. But I mean, you got to hope that Mike McDaniel, and I think this is going to be an interesting first test for him, because we talk about, what are his heights? How good of a coach can he be? But like, you have this matchup that's kind of thrown right in front of you. You have great resources as to how you should fix this, because who would have more institutional knowledge of this team than Vic Fangio and Ronaldo Hill?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Ronaldo Hill knows the scheme, and Ronaldo Hill knows the game plan from last year, and Vic Fangio knows the scheme. So you should be able to have all the answers to the quiz.
It doesn't stop there, by the way. I was reading this earlier in the week on Dolphins Wire. So we know Fangs and Ronaldo Hill, but Dolphins offensive coordinator Frank Smith was a Chargers run game coordinator and O-line coach in 2021. Wes Welker played for the Chargers in 2004. Loose connection.
Wes Welker played for the Chargers?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
He did.
I don't either. When did that happen?
Dolphins pass game coordinator Ronaldo Hill. We know Pat White, Chargers offensive assistant, which I wasn't even
White
aware
is
of.
a Chargers offensive assistant? Oh my God. I didn't know that.
Blew my mind.
Played for the Dolphins, of course. Chargers defensive end Nick Williams played for the Dolphins in 2016. And then Chargers defensive lineman Christopher Hinton spent time on the Dolphins practice squad last year. So there are several ties here.
You want to talk about scary concussions? Pat White getting lit up
against the Steelers.
Whew.
Yeah.
That was something.
That one and Matt Moore in Pittsburgh in that playoff game. Remember, Tanny gets hurt and he has to go to Pittsburgh. I was there for both of those games, and those are the ones where you're like, oh my God, did somebody just die on the field?
Or Steven wants to know, what do you think of Ezukama getting the nod over Cedric Wilson?
Makes sense. I think Ezukama can do a lot of those plays that they had with the 49ers for Samuels in terms of the run. Yeah, you want the physical wide receiver who's going to act like a running back. You don't want that to be Tyreek.
Yeah.
You want Tyreek just catch the ball and do his thing.
Go.
Yeah, catch the ball and go. But yeah, beat up Eric Ezukama.
Did you did you find Ezukama, because he was kind of a darling at camp his rookie year. Did you find him to be impressive at all in camp? Was he just solid? What would you say was his?
He had a strong first week. I'm gonna give you. He had a strong first week, and they were giving him all the plays and all the opportunities to show that he'd made growth and significant strides. Then he suffered an injury, got shut down. Then he played in the preseason game when he was coming back and had a phenomenal preseason game and an impressive showing. And then he kind of got shut down the rest of the way. And he was out there, but he really didn't get focused or game plan for. So I think did it match last year's camp? No, it didn't match last year's camp. But now he has a better understanding of the offense, so he should be able to do more. Kid has talent. He's got ability. I'm not saying he's going to be a star, but
they don't need to. I mean, they don't really need a star at receiver right now.
Yeah, they're all right.
They're all right. They got, but they do need that. But he does bring something different.
Mm-hmm.
He does bring something different.
Power, power, run after catch ability. He definitely brings something different to the unit. I need him to be a good gunner. I need him to help on special teams because they with all the injuries they got, they just got nothing out there at gunner.
By the way, Tampa Bay up on
River
the Vikings
Craycraft
right now.
active too.
Tampa Bay up on the Vikings 20-17. Kirk Cousins. I don't know why I was about to say Phillip Rivers. It's almost like this is the Phillip Rivers situation. Down 5 minutes left.
You bring up River Craycraft. I know a couple people put in a little prop bet. Dolphins' first touchdown of the season. River
Craycraft.
What are the odds on that?
I don't know what the odds are, but let's just say I'm in a couple group chats where people were.
If you were to go
flushing money down the toilet on that one.
If you have a thing that's just called Sneaky Dolphins, River Craycraft is he leads them in sneaky dolphinage.
Mm-hmm.
There with Durham Smythe.
Hey, I had to learn how to put some respect on River Craycraft's name because Tariq, I remember. You know how they had these the receivers, they split up teams. Tariq had a team, Jalen Waddle had a team, and then they had a draft to build their team. And I discovered that River Craycraft was Tyreek Hill's first pick in this draft. And River Craycraft gave us that information. And I said, and when he said that, I was like, you were the first pick? And
said that to him?
I'm sometimes, unfortunately, my brain and mouth, they just don't.
You were sitting here chastising me for disrespecting Ryan Fitzpatrick, and you scoffed at River Craycraft's face.
Yeah, unfortunately, and I had to know. I went 3 weeks without knowing why he was the first pick, and then I finally got the opportunity to ask Tariq. I was like, I need to know why River Craycraft was the first pick, and he was like, well, because of all the things that we got points for. River Craycraft knows all three positions, so he's never going to be misassigned because you got lost points if you're lining up wrong, lining up misassigned, and he's a hell of a blocker, which I did not know this. So, you get points for vicious blocks, and he can make plays. And River can make plays. Now, is he a sexy player? Absolutely not. He's not a sexy player. But the fact that he can do everything, and I expect him to be the gunner today. He can do everything, and that you got to put some respect on that. I mean, River Craycraft was Tyreek's first pick.
Omar's got a little Tua in him.
He's too honest.
He's just too honest.
Yeah. Maybe me and Tua, we got the same disease. What comes to your brain is what comes out your mouth.
We'll give some final thoughts. Close things on out as the Dolphins. We are getting closer to kickoff here. Gameday Uncensored. Back after this.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line at
on WQAM Miami, WPOW HD2 Miami, WKIS HD2 Boca Raton, and Odyssey Station.
It's another Game Day Uncensored.
Ramp it up time. Get ready. It's all for real. We've been waiting more than 6 months for this. Through winter, the 4th of July, and the long, hot, sweltering summer.
I think all the guys on our team are really excited to be able to get back out on the field.
The Miami football team is in game mode today. And we'll get you in game mode today, too.
This game has a life of its own, and this matchup's going to be a lot different than the last one.
Tobin, Solana, and Omar telling it like it is, like it really is. Game Day Uncensored. The pregame show for real Miami football fans.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
On AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Game Day Uncensored is sponsored by South Florida Lexus Dealers. Experience amazing by Tito's Handmade Vodka. Tito's Handmade Vodka on game day. Pour me in, coach. Ed Morse Sawgrass Buick GMC is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins. Remember, you're always backed by Morse. By JM Lexus. At JM Lexus, you'll always get the home team advantage. And by Williamson Automotive. Williamson is Miami.
All right. Final segment of Game Day Uncensored here with you. Tobin here alongside Omar Kelly and Alejandro Solana. Appreciate Trevor Harris for all his production here today as we are getting ready for the Dolphins' Week 1 matchup against the L.A. Chargers. Your 1 o'clock slate is winding down right now. Browns, they're up on the Bengals 24-3 with about a minute and change left there. Jaguars seem like they just iced it against the Colts. They're up 31-21. Travis Etienne with a touchdown after a bad pick by the rookie Anthony Richardson, who had done some electric stuff up until that point today. Buccaneers, a little bit of a surprise right now. They are up with a minute and change up on the Vikings 20-17. They're trying to salt that away as we speak. Right now, the Tennessee Titans look like they are within striking distance of the Saints. They had just hit a field goal, so they're down 16-15 right now. Tennessee field goal. They got 2 minutes and 17 seconds left there. So Tannehill, though, on the day. You sent me this, Solana, and I was just like, oh, our old friend Tannehill. He had what is it? 3 picks?
3 picks right now. After that drive, it was actually a decent drive. 16 for 34, 198 yards, 3 interceptions,
no touchdowns. No touchdowns for Tanny, but he almost led the game-winning drive there. Omar, he almost did it.
Are we assuming that Tannehill's going to finally succumb to the pressure? So
I
being
don't
an
know.
NFL starter in year like 12?
I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
That guy's like a cockroach. It's impossible to kill him.
You had the 49ers. They beat down on the Steelers, a game I think we were looking forward to as a matchup, but Steelers have just been worked all day. They're up 30-7.
Man, that when you play that physical brand of football, name the teams that play that physical brand of football in today's game. It's the 49ers, it's the Tennessee Titans, it's the Philadelphia Eagles. That's about it.
And then the
Maybe
Ravens,
Pittsburgh Steelers, but they just got mollywopped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Ravens, they're up 20.
They're dancing and celebrating, doing karate kicks.
They're having a good time today.
Yeah.
Ravens are up 25-9 right now on the Texans. CJ Stroud, tough day for the rookie QB. CJ Stroud, he's 23-37, 209 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. So he's surviving. A couple picks for Bryce Young today in their matchup. By the way, Bucks and Vikings just won final. Baker Mayfield wins his Bucks debut. How about that?
You gonna put some respect on Baker Mayfield?
I guess so. I guess I have to. Let's do this before we get out of here, boys. Let us predict the game ball. All right. It is brought to us by our friends over at Lexus, the powerful and capable Lexus GX, now with a 10.3-inch touchscreen. Expand your comfort zone. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Predict the game ball, Omar. And don't do the Mike McDaniel. Everybody gets a game ball. Give me a guy. Dolphins win today. Who would get the game ball for them?
Savon Ahmed.
Wow. Okay.
I don't want to give you a cookie cutter answer
that.
here. I really think I like what he's done in the preseason. He's a guy who's maximizing his opportunities, and I think he's going to take over that lead role with Raheem Mostert handling that third down role, or maybe it goes vice versa, and I think he's going to be eaten on check down plays.
Oof, that'd be nice. Solana, if you had to predict the game ball for today, Dolphins get a win against the Chargers. Who's getting the game ball?
How about this? Braxton Berrios.
Ooh.
Big weekend already for the University of Miami, and I think it continues into Sunday. Tua is going to be looking for Tyreek and Waddle. We know that. But I think the Chargers are going to send maximum protection towards those guys, as much pressure as they can. And I think it's going to open up Braxton Berrios, as we talked about earlier. Plus, Dolphins are going to get some special teams chances today. And I think Braxton might return some punts, might even return some kickoffs too. And there's going to be enough touches for him to be an impact player today. So I'm going with the guy from the U with the gorgeous hair, saying Braxton Berrios gets a game ball.
Chris has predicted first Dolphins touchdown, Xavier Howard. Oh, that would be good.
That would
be good. If
we
could start,
need that.
Oh,
we need that.
Pick 6 on Herbert. X. Oh, no.
I don't know. That's a little steep.
Hold on a second, because I was kind of torching X during the offseason. Not torching him, but just saying, look, that hamstring caused him a lot of issues, and I think he took a step back. And you were the one telling me to put some respect on his name.
Yeah, no, but I mean, opening game pick 6.
Opening
game pick 6.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah, not even like in the midst of the game. He has to open the game and be the first touchdown. It's a big ask.
Yeah, it's. I think X is going to have a really good season if he can stay healthy, obviously. But yeah, game opening pick 6. I think the scheme fits him quite well, even though I haven't really seen it transition in practice. I do think it fits him well because X is a kind of cornerback that likes to look at the quarterback.
We haven't
and he's if you throw the ball in his area, 50-50 is his.
Yeah, we haven't spoken much of the secondary today, other than we talked a little bit about the safety spot. But do you feel like, I guess they're going to go in with Eli Apple as the guy? Like, do you feel
it's not a guess? It's Eli Apple.
Are you? Do you think they're situated going into this year? Okay, are you worried about it at all?
They're all right. I know Nick Needham's eventually going to come and be available. Probably 6 weeks into the season. I know 10 weeks into the season, we're probably going to get a look at Jalen Ramsey. So just what we got to be able to hold it down. And I think Eli Apple can help you hold it down. Cam Smith is a young, green, inexperienced cornerback, but I think he's got a ton of talent. He'll eventually be allowed to play once Vic Fangio learns he can trust him. And until then, relief is coming. Help is on the way.
Yeah, they just got a hell of a run here to start the season with a lot of road games and a lot of injuries that they got to maintain. But I do think this is still a winnable game for them. I do. I think this. I don't think this is.
It should be this is a pick'em game.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you what was going to happen in this game because they're very comparably matched teams, very well coached teams. They match up well against one another. I don't think the Dolphins will be at a disadvantage being in SoFi Stadium because I believe that it's going to be filled with 40% Dolphin fans. That's history. That's history. Me going on the West Coast games, no matter where they are, even Oakland Coliseum, 50 West Coast Dolphin fans, they ride. Wherever they live on the West Coast, they're going to the game. So they'll be there.
Not only that, but it's like, that team in particular, they're like the stepchild. Like they're just off to the side, like they barely care about the Rams.
That's why Dolphin fans can get all the tickets that they want because nobody. Yeah, exactly.
It was filled with I was there. It was filled with Dolphins fans last year.
Yes.
Filled with Dolphins fans.
And sad Dolphins fans.
Hey, remember a couple of years ago, Chargers, when they moved to LA, were playing in an MLS stadium, couldn't even fill it up.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter where the Dolphins play on the West Coast. The stadium will be. It doesn't matter. That's why I've always said there's the New York Met takeover. It's respectable. Like you want to see a real Dolphin fan base, that West Coast Dolphin fan base. Oh, they'll eat you up. They will. They are massive. And I'm telling you, it's like a collection of Dolphin fans from like 5 states. Doesn't matter where they're playing, they're there.
So that's coming on up. Dolphins and Chargers. Boys, it was another fun one for us today. Man, this was pretty wild. The football is back. It was moving hot and heavy today. A lot of things going, and now the Dolphins get to play. Very exciting. Very exciting. I am geeked up for this. I'm geeked up for Sunday Night Football, and then tomorrow. There's something about a Monday Night Football. Can't lose. Either the Jets get embarrassed or the Bills, and but would make it better. Dolphins win, so you can just have a nice house money petty game that you could root up against.
Hey, the Patriots are gonna lose tonight. So
right in front of Tom Brady's face. Gets a griefless. I need a Dolphins win, not only for the Dolphins to win, but almost just to listen to WEI tomorrow, to listen to them be all salty, Sully, and Murphs, and then we get to do it all over on Monday Night Football.
It already started too, because I follow a couple Patriots fans, and they're talking about the humidity at Gillette today.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, the humidity.
Well, listen,
okay.
You didn't get Bill Belichick. You didn't get to go to he didn't get to go practice at Palm Beach Atlantic to get himself acclimated. All right, everybody. Thank you for tuning on in to Game Day Uncensored. We will be back, of course, next week. Get you ready 4 hours in front of Sunday Night Football's matchup. But in the meanwhile, everybody kick back, enjoy the rest of your football here on this beautiful Sunday, and we will talk to you guys next time.
You're listening to the exclusive home of Miami